all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our...
Good evening and welcome to the Kenko Ground here in the barracks. It's a beautiful Sunday evening as we get ready for this clash. It's Mova Caledonia. They're up against the FORTIN Civic team. The Mova Caledonia team, they're trying hard to save their season here. What a season it's been for them. A season with lots of ups and downs as they try to climb back into the top six. Their captain, Dennis Cyrus, he's going to be taking the toss here at center stage. But it's going to be the boys from Point FORTIN. They've been rejuvenated. It's Point FORTIN Boroday. But the business here is on the football pitch. So it's 90 minutes to decide this one. I'm Gordon Pierre. Together with me, Mr. Rodolfo Abubakar. Good afternoon, Rodolfo.
Afternoon to you, Gordon. Afternoon to your viewers. Delighted to be here. Interesting contest we have on our hands here. Caledonia stuck in mid-table. Point FORTIN in the cellar position. Not much to play for but pride, and that allows you to play freely. So, interesting contest I anticipate tonight.
Well, as you see, the third team on the pitch is led by this man on screen, Mr. Samuels. He'll be controlling the action and the tempo. But it's the boys in blue, the Mova Caledonia team. They started off the season quite sharply. They fell off badly, but they will be looking to salvage their season as they look for at least a top place, a top six place in the table. The Point FORTIN boys, they've found themselves up and down all season long. They'll be looking to get some points here. So both teams, one in desperate need of 4 points. We've got the starting lineup for you, and we'll be giving you in goal, the number one, the man from Cuba, Alfredo Lopez. At centre back, we've got the captain, Dennis Cyrus. He'll be partnered by young Josiah Shade. At wing back this afternoon, the experienced coach Frederick. At right wing back, Paul comes in. He'll be sporting the number 21 jersey. In centre midfield, we have Bruno da Silva, the Brazilian, and he's going to be partnered by none other than Solomon Austin, the man from Guyana. Therese Williams is going to be next up, and the boys from Tobago, he'll be wider as well as playing wide on the left side is going to be another Bruno, but this time Bruno De Santos, and up front is the youngster from Guyana. So that's the starting lineup for the Caledonia team. Rodolfo, your thoughts going into this one? What do you expect from these two teams?
Yeah, Caledonia with some international flavor, as they usually have. Two new Brazilians within their lineup. You expect them to be offensive-minded, progressive players, aggressive players.
That ball across. It's cleared out there by De Santos. He finds Da Silva. And then they go across to Solomon. So Solomon bringing it forward. Not on the same page there with the man who's out wider there. That's Arta. Good skill from the boys from and a heavy touch there. It just goes out of play. So they
yeah, even at the start we see the miscommunication with the players. They're fairly new to this setup in Caledonia, so it'll take a while for them to gel and get used to their teammates. So we might see a bit of that throughout the day. But they have been brought in to bring extra quality to Caledonia, something that they've lacked in periods of this season, and they're hoping to finish strong at the end of this league.
So they're going back to their keeper, the experienced Terence Clark. He finds Jamal Trim. Jamal Trim out wider here as they put the ball down the challenge. And he's put the ball across. Jones, but it's easily handled there by Lopez. So the first chance of the match dropping to the boys from Point Fortin. The ball played forward to Reese Williams. Ball played out wider. No call by the referee. Finally, the referee's whistle comes. So Caledonia able to get a free kick there.
Enter in early on. Surprisingly very open at the start. It's almost like the Caledonia defenders are only just finding their bearings on the pitch. Simple ball in behind and they were split open. Fortunate that the Point Fortin striker wasn't able to find the finish.
So it's going to be a free kick. Dos Santos stands over it. Bruno Dos Santos, the left footer from Brazil. He's going to be trying to curl this one in. The big guys from the back, they've come forward. Ball whipped into the area. Jamal Trim able to clear, but only as far as a Caledonia jersey, and it's back inside by Kurt Frederick. Well, Kurt Frederick, a very experienced campaigner, Rodanfa, one you would have played, I think, against in both at the national team level and a club level.
Yeah, there's a bit of experience in that Caledonia team. Of course, the captain for the day, Daniel Cyrus, veteran of the senior team, played a lot of youth national football as well. Tons of experience in there. He would be the anchor at the back. Missing their regular captain, of course, today, Carlisle Mitchell. But there's loads of experience in that Caledonia team.
Well, it's youth here. And that's a shot there from young Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, of course, the son of Philbert Jones, former national player. He's come along in leaps and bounds this season here for the Point Fortin team. Kurt Frederick, the St. Lucian international. He finds the Guyana international. That's Solomon, who goes out wider to Itzata. Ball played into the channel there. Therese Williams goes across and picks up. He finds that's Solomon. Solomon, is he onside? You know, he definitely would have straight into an offside position. So an offside position, offside call. So it's going to be a free kick here for the Point Fortin team.
Yeah, Point Fortin, who have allowed Caledonia lots of time and space in that middle third. Able to move the ball around, pick their passes. That's a dangerous ploy.
Ball goes across and Lopez comes out. Ball banged up into the air. Trying to put on a big screen here, but he loses out to Daniel. Both of them battling. Akinola Gregory. And the infringement, the referee says it's gone against Caledonia. There, an infringement by Arta. Referee Samuels, he calls for the infringement. So, enter in action here, very open game. Rodolfo, I think it's not one you would expect when Caledonia is coming up against a team such as Point Fortin.
No, they've been very open early on. Very uncharacteristic start. I know Coach Jerry Moore is very conservative at the start of games, and this would worry him a bit.
Ball played over the top here. But Lopez comes, claims, and he bowls it out.
They've targeted that left side of the defensive line of Caledonia. That's the third ball that's been played over, and that one was overcooked, but they've had some chances down that end.
Well, that ball just going out of play. The big Jumal Trim.
Yeah, Trim, of course, who played for Caledonia last season. Of Caledonia so far.
Ball played through, and Trim just coming across, using the arm a bit. Going down is Jarell Arta, and the doc, Laurel Romain. She's going to jog on, a sight for sore eyes at all times as she runs on.
That magical bag of ice.
Well, Rodolfo, we know as players, you get a bit of ice water, and sometimes the magic spray, and you're up and you're ready to go when the blood's hot.
For sure.
Well, it was unfortunate. Jamal Trim, of course, the big defender coming across, using the arms to protect himself. No malice involved, and I think it wasn't a foul. Inadvertent hand to face.
Definitely part of the game. You need to use your arms to protect yourself and to shield the ball, and that's exactly what it did. Unfortunately, that it caught him in the eye, Trim.
Coming into this one, though, the Caledonia team, when you go through what this season has been, I don't know how close you followed, as I have to congratulate you. You're a young father, so congratulations there. I know you've been quite busy, but I don't know how much of the games you've been able to watch. But as we look at this ball, could Frederick able to just put it down, the two Brazilians exchanging passes? I'll talk about these Brazilians shortly, Rodolfo, as De Silva finds Dos Santos. Dos Santos with an early cross, but it goes into the arms of goalkeeper Terence Clark. What are the chances, Rodolfo, of you going to Brazil and you're getting two players named Bruno, that's your first name, and then you're getting one named Dos Silva and one named Dos Santos? What DS? So it's BDS.
Not a big chance of that happening, but it has happened here in the TT Premier League. We'll see what they have to offer on the pitch, most importantly. So far, it's been a positive start from them both. They've been afforded a lot of room. So we'll see what they can do under pressure as well as the game heats up.
The Point Fortin team, though, they've come out here and they've been quite lively. That's Therese Williams trying to get Jarell Arta going, but out comes Terence Clark, and he gobbles it up as the Point Fortin team, they're playing with a lot of energy early on here, Rodolfo.
Yeah, young team. Not many guys from last season stayed on as they lost their major sponsor. So they've used a lot of local talent from the Point Fortin area. A couple youth national players in their ranks as well. Not a lot of experience in there, but you get that energy with the younger players. And they've shown that so far early on here.
Yeah, ball played over here. He's gone down again, Joel. He's been fouled there by Jabari Watson. So it's going to be...
Well, you got two Brazilians in your team, so you would expect at least one of them to be over the ball, being interested in this for sure.
Well, you're seeing none of them are interested. What you're seeing is the St. Lucian International. That's Frederick, who's going to take this with the left boot, former W connection man.
Handy left foot he has.
Very intelligent left boot.
Yeah. Cyrus has gone forward. That might suggest a cross, but this is definitely within shooting range.
So, of course, we want to just go through the refereeing team. That's Andrew Samuel, as well as the first assistant referee, that's Miguel Joseph. The second assistant referee, that's Vernon Thomas. The fourth official, the very experienced Cecile Hines, match commissioner Kurt Harry, and the referee assessor Simon Batiste. So that's the whole shot. It's well held there by Terence Clark.
Yes, Samuel, experienced referee, well respected within the Pro League, recently upgraded with a CONCACAF badge, so he's doing well and representing our country well in the refereeing department.
Solomon there up against Kellon Williams. Ball played through. He's just going into an outside position there. Jarrell Arthur. He's asking that the ball be released quicker.
But that's the second time he's been caught off. He needs to hold his run a little bit more, or, as he suggested, maybe the ball could get in there a little bit quicker. There is time and space to play those balls. That's very, very worrying if I'm a Point Fortin coach.
But it's going to be Lewis. Terence Lewis. He goes short to Trim. Trim bangs this one forward, and Josiah Shade takes it down nicely on the chest.
Well played.
Da Silva finds Solomon. Solomon to Williams. Therese Williams. Now, Therese Williams in the preseason with Danfor, he was the man for Caledonia. He got an injury in one of the preseason games and he never caught himself. How does a player go from being totally dominating to just having a whisper of a season?
Yeah, that's the thing about injuries. You lose your rhythm. Sometimes you lose your confidence. You're very hesitant to get into tackles and that kind of thing. You become a bit timid. So perhaps that has happened to him. But it's all about playing simple, doing the simple things and building your confidence one pass at a time. He's looked tidy early on, so let's hope we see a little bit more from him.
Well, it's true. He's finding Williams. Now, this youngster you're talking about, Kellon Williams, he came on in a game that Point Fortin was able to get an upset winner and totally changed the game, spun the game on his head. He started today and he's looking quite lively up this right-hand side.
That's the reward you get for a good performance, and that's the opportunity these Point Fortin players have. You know, they have the freedom to play bottom of the table, no pressure on them. Young kids able to come out and express themselves. And you could turn that adversity into opportunity. So there's that opportunity for them to
skips
shine.
past the challenge there, Dos Santos. Ball across. Well-headed clear. And it's just played down there to Rodriguez. And he's fouled by Da Silva.
It's lucky to get away without a caution there. Probably his final warning.
Yeah,
it's early days yet, so I think that's good refereeing.
Yeah, excellent refereeing, but he's becoming a bit of a repeat offender. As I like to say, when you go to court, if you're a repeat offender, you tend to get harsher bail sentences than if you're a first-time offender.
That's definitely his last warning.
And they're just misplacing that pass was young Shaquan David. Young Shaquan David from Guyana, recently under 17, so he's probably about 18 years. I think a good find for the Caledonia team.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't be the first guy he needs to play for Caledonia, and definitely not the last.
Yeah, Caledonia tend to have the badge of being the Caribbean team.
They do have the Guyanese connection, and they've obviously recruited from up the islands as well. It's usually pretty good finds, and they enjoy themselves and they flourish in this league.
What is Point Fortin? Ball played forward. Cyrus heading down. Forwards to Williams. He's an exciting young talent. He finds Rodriguez. Rodriguez is up against Josiah Shade. He wins that battle. The two Brazilians connecting here. Ball played through. A bit of a high boot. Yeah, it's a high boot there.
The more painful part wasn't the high boot, but the boot coming down onto the ankle.
And he goes down. That's Therese Williams. And that was the injury he had in preseason. So you will see now as he's holding it, wasn't much contact. So it seems like he's been crying a bit of a chronic one.
Yeah, it's difficult when you get one just before the season starts. Everybody's enthusiastic about getting going, and then you're hit with something like that. And sometimes you carry that injury throughout the entire season. It does handicap you sometimes. So
Yeah, if you look and you see him on the ground, he's in pain. So definitely it seems like he's not going to be able to continue. The magic water or the spray, not able to do the job just yet, as we see it again.
Yeah, he just tread on his ankle as he landed. That's a sore one, especially if you had an issue with that before. Gingerly get into his feet. This doesn't look good for him.
Yeah, he's just confirmed that it is the same one.
Yeah, let's hope he could shake it off, but it doesn't look likely. Gosh, such a shame because he's had a bright start.
Yeah, we're down for you.
He's looked positive.
You wouldn't believe his performance in the preseason. I was really excited. Sometimes you're excited to see a player break out. That it would have been his time. Not yet.
It would be a real shame if he has to come off. Probably does, though.
So a bit of a handball there by Austin. One of the players have stayed on. It looks like Watson, who's stayed on. Well, he's up. And looking to restart. It's Baird. Omar Baird. He goes wider to Williams, but it's a simple miss pass. Intercepted by Coach Henry. He finds the Santos. But Trimmer able to pick the pocket there of young Shaquan David.
Good strong defending, just not able to keep it in play.
Well, Jamal Trim would have started his top-tier footballer with Mova Caledonia.
Yeah.
He's gone back home. You know, that long drive from Point FORTIN to Caledonia every day, it takes a whole lot of commitment.
Not easy, that trip. That away trip when you play down there as well. It's a genuine away trip. Very, very difficult to go there and get a result. It's a different size pitch. It's a massive pitch down there. It's a lot different from the other pitches. So they have that advantage when you go down there.
Yeah, that ball just going out of play, so it's going to be a throw-in. Nashon Alexander to take it. He throws it in, aimed at Daniel. Goes all the way through. Goes out for a goal kick.
Yeah, first quarter of an hour, Gordon. I've been impressed so far, more or less, with Point FORTIN. They've done well. Bottom of the table team, but they haven't got themselves into any major problems. They've matched Caledonia stride for stride here. Two centre backs. There's one of them. He's been solid. Okay in midfield. So they definitely don't look like a bottom of the table team. Full of energy and endeavour for sure.
Yeah, if you had just come into the Kenko ground not knowing who was the bottom of the table, you would be not thinking that there's such a gap between in terms of positioning and points on the table between these two teams. They've been evenly matched. For the neutral bystander, they may just think that a point will have the better exchange, definitely the better goal scoring opportunity.
Yeah, the better goal scoring opportunity certainly did fall to Point FORTIN.
And it's Caledonia here, the force change, and on comes the presentation schoolboy, young Isaiah Huck Jacob, a Point FORTIN man, and he runs on. He replaces Therese Williams.
Yeah, big shame that he isn't able to continue. But again, adversity, you get an opportunity out of it. This young kid has a chance to have more than 75 minutes on the pitch to impress.
He's getting his first touch. And Caledonia able to win a throw in there. Of course, if we just stick on Isaiah Jacob, the young presentation college player, a schoolboy, he's decided that he's going to take his chances at the pro level. He's come on along quite well. Not yet explosive, but he's been pretty decent this season.
Yeah, big opportunity for him here to show once again at the senior level what he's made of. If he can make that step up from schoolboy football, certainly it isn't easy. Takes the right temperament and, of course, commitment to do that.
That's a floated ball. It was trying to go cross field, but it goes into the hands of goalkeeper Alfredo Lopez. Alvarez.
So much space in midfield for Caledonia.
Yeah. After you take 4 touches with loads of space and then gives up with the ball cheaply, not what your coach would have liked though.
Disappointing for sure. It's good running.
Here comes the point forward team. Ball across, easily handled there by Alfredo Alvarez. He rolls it short to Bruno da Silva, who finds Isaiah Jacob. He's come on and been very active since coming on. Already gotten about 3 touches early on.
Yeah, he looks busy. He doesn't look afraid. He's trying to get on the ball.
That ball just given away here. It was aimed at Jones.
So something I certainly wanted to bring up early on in the game. The pitch, especially on the northern end, it is a bit choppy. It is a bit bumpy. We did have the blessing of rain yesterday, but it's still quite dry out there. It's not heavily grassed, and it is a bit bubbly in areas. So that will make it difficult to play fast, fluid football all the time.
So Rodriguez playing this one through. He's made a couple misplaced passes. I don't know if it's misplaced passes or he and his teammates are not on the same page, same wavelength.
Perhaps a bit of both, because they did have success with that ball in behind early on. And the runs haven't been coming in the same frequency like they were before.
Alexander winning that free kick. And he finds young Williams. Williams up against Dos Santos, shakes past him. But then Da Silva able to come and retrieve the ball. Kurt Frederick goes all the way back to his keeper. He drills it across. Well played. Finds that's Dos Santos. Ball just blocked out by Sean Alexander. And it's going to be a throw-in for Caledonia.
Well played by the keeper. Weaker left foot. As a keeper, you certainly have to play with both feet in the modern game. Showed good competence there.
Some good work there by Akinola Gregory. But then the ball is just given back away. Kurt Frederick, finds Da Silva. That's a ball played over the top. I think though Isaiah Jacob coming from point 14, I think he wants to play against. He's glad for this opportunity to play against probably his village mates.
Yeah, I think that was certainly a consideration of the coach to stick him in there first change. Prove yourself against guys who you've probably grown up with, played school football with.
Ball headed on there. Nines, it falls to Nines. That's a brilliant first time save. The ball back across. Not cleared. Williams, he took his time to bang it over. So an opportunity there falling for the Point Fortin team. It went through a brilliant first time save by Alvarez. And then it came across. So Williams had the goal at his mercy, really.
Gone for power there, Gordon. Got under it, and there's only one place the ball goes when you make contact like that.
But Point Fortin, they've come here and they've come with a take no prisoner sort of attitude. They're playing with a freedom.
Yeah, another good chance. Credit to the keeper for the save.
Yeah, Alfredo has been a very good keeper, a very good find coming from Cuba.
Well played.
Isaiah Jacob. He's into the area. Just a bit of a heavy touch there. Shaquan David just ushering the ball out. So Jacob is definitely showing his worth here. Isaiah Hulk Jacob, I think we'll take well to note that name, one for the future. Another Point Fortin man, Paul. Ronald Paul, just giving away possession there.
Yeah, the young kid has come on. He's looked bright. He's looked brave. Not afraid to get on the ball. Almost created a chance there. Door shot in his face by Jones, who's been very solid in the center of the defense for Point Fortin so far.
Yeah, Jamal Trim has definitely led from the back. And he's shown that he's played at a higher level. Jamal Trim, former Caledonia man. But it's going to be Kurt Frederick. The big guys, Cyrus has loaded the area.
In swinger.
Jarrell Atta, it's off the post. So Jarrell Atta there with the opportunity. It was a brilliant ball across. He got his head to it. He did everything right. Cyrus. And my goodness me.
Should he be taking that first time?
Definitely.
Yeah. Not out of the woods yet. Finally get it clear.
David. Shaquan David. He's maintaining good possession. Goes back to Paul. Paul puts this one all the way across. Finds Dos Santos. He finally shoots. When you were talking about Brazilians and free kicks, well, he got a ball in the box and decided to take a touch with Anfor.
You simply don't have that time in that area. It's got to be first time there.
So this was the opportunity.
Great delivery, good in swinger, great area. Arthur got up well into the floor. I think it's a combination of the post and goalkeeper Terrence.
So Terrence Lewis there doing well.
And the second chance fell to Dos Santos and decided to take a touch instead of trying to hit home first time.
So it's going to be Lewis here. He's sent his guys forward. Bangs this one upfield. Shade, good defensive header. Solomon Austin picks up in the midfield. He's got some room and time. Bangs this one wider, aimed at David. But across comes Watson and just screens it out. So it's going to be a goal kick for Point Fortin.
Good defending, getting across well, anticipated the long pass. Getting his body in the way, shepherding it out. Excellent defending. Chances on both ends.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the way how open the game has been. I know, well, Point Fortin, they normally play open, but you, a former Caledonia man yourself, will know that the press and the play and cover is something that is honorary at Caledonia.
Yeah, let's not discount the missing centre back. Of course, the captain, Carlisle Mitchell. It's not just his ability with the ball, on the ball, but his communication, his organization. That goes a long way, especially when you play at centre back. And when a player like that is missing, all of a sudden there are gaps all over the place and you wonder why. It's not just his presence physically, but his communication and his organizational skills.
Yeah, most definitely. Good touch there by Dos Santos. Dos Santos is, and then the referee calling it back. Of course, and he finds himself in the book. Bit of a soft. If you look the way in the battle, the arms were frailing.
Yeah. And again, just caught the elbow of Trim. Not for the first time today.
Well, he's a big guy, and you being one of the big guys know the yesterday I was talking about it when doing commentary with the Tobago team. They had some big forwards, and they would just spread their arms and get a foul call against them.
Sometimes you're punished for being that size, because if you spread, then you're in line with somebody's face. But if you're smaller and you spread, it's chest high, you know. So he isn't necessarily doing something wrong. But if there's a shorter player, then it's likely that he's gonna get caught in the face.
So after that,
it's not malicious. It's nothing like that. It's just him trying to protect the ball, and it's just punishment actually for being over 6 foot.
After that, over 200 pounds, or very close to it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be Kurt Henry. He's going to look to try to punish this Point Fortin team here. He's got a very intelligent left boot.
Yeah, his deliveries have been on point. He's not aiming for the group of players. He's aiming for that space in there for them to attack the ball. It's going to be an outswinger now, so
The
Terrence Lewis is probably going to have to stay honest on his line.
Ball floated into the area.
Ouch.
A lot of a big collision there. The keeper has gone down. The Caledonia man has gone down as well. And of course, Big Jamal Trim, he's also involved.
Eyes on the ball from everyone there. Yeah, everybody only with eyes for the ball, and massive train crash there. I imagine there's some twisted ankles, probably a head bump or two.
Yeah, well, a lot of big guys there. When you look at Terrence Lewis, Jamal Trim. Not sure who's the Caledonia player who stayed down. In fact, it's a Shade who stayed down. He's not a small guy. A young guy, but not a small guy.
First guy up out of the pile, though.
Trim, though, he seems to come out the worst for it. He's stayed down.
Yeah, it's often on the landings there where you twist something or somebody comes down on an ankle or bumps you at the wrong time and stuff, and your joints get twisted in there. That's very painful. Goalkeeper Lewis still down, though?
Yeah, he's still down. He's fell quite heavily. Terrence Lewis, another Caledonia player.
Player, yeah.
He used to make that long trek from Point FORTIN to the National Stadium.
Haven't spotted a substitute keeper warming up, so I suppose he's going to have to battle through this.
He's normally up for it.
Yeah, he's a very competent keeper, good communicator. Hammer of a left foot, good delivery, out the hands, from the floor.
Was once your keeper.
Yeah, solid, good communicator. I enjoyed playing with him.
Well, he's a veteran keeper now, and he's also the assistant coach of the successful St. Benedict's team, and goalkeeping coach. So he's done well. He's prepared himself for life after the game, even while in the game.
Sharing that vast experience. He's been around a long time. Definitely the most experienced player in this Point FORTIN team.
Lewis bangs it forward. Cyrus commanding header. And just getting into that's Joelata. Now, one thing about a player, you got to know what the referee is going to call. And you realize that referee Samuel, whether rightfully or wrongfully, he's calling all the fouls that involves any use of the hands. So you got to prepare yourself to play without that. Good release there by the point team. Kurt Fredericks just breaking things up. The Santos to the Silva finds Solomon Austin. Solomon Austin just dribbles past his man. That's a beautiful ball. Just overhit there.
Yeah, anything like that's going to run through to the keeper on the surface, on a surface like this.
Ball just ushered out there by Ronald Paul.
Similarly with that long ball, it's not going to slow up. It's going to bump and it's going to keep rolling on this surface. So any pass, any through ball's got to be inch perfect.
Dos Santos goes back to Kurt Frederick. Back to Dos Santos. He skips past the challenge. The whole ball must cross the line. The ball was on the line.
Good composure.
That's a beautiful ball. Finds young Jacob. He's up against the experienced Trim.
Yeah, there's that arm again.
He's already been booked for it. Yeah, he was in an offside position. He was in an offside position. Yeah, he came from an offside position before the throw. When the ball came in, the ball was in play, and he came from an offside position. after Trim won the ball, played the ball down the line, and the player came from an outside position to tackle Bruno. It came off of Bruno, but he was making the challenge coming from offside position. The ball was aimed at him. It was a short ball, so he was coming from the offside position. The referee, the referee assistant thought it came off first. Yeah. Yeah.
I think in summary, you just played to the whistle.
Yeah, he was Mr. Steve Fredericks. Mr. Steve Fredericks, better known as Pokemon. One of your favorites, Rodolfo?
I wouldn't say that. But quite a character.
Quite a character.
Yeah.
We love him for it, though. But back on the pitch, it's going to be Da Silva, who's going to connect up with Dos Santos. Dos Santos turns inside, aimed at Shaquan David. He finds young Hulk Jacob. Solomon skips past one challenge, goes past another. Oh, what did he do?
Did it just bubble before he went for the shot? Really good approach play by Arthur again.
Yeah. Austin, he's been playing good. He's come all the way back. He's
final pass, final touch, final shot. Just eluding them here. But well played, well played.
Quickly take on.
He's going to have to do some defending here. Oh, boy.
And, yeah.
They've just done enough between the two of them to avoid that danger, but still living dangerously, Caledonia at times. Fine ball.
Kurt Frederick. Early ball across. Terence Lewis just able to come and clean.
I'm looking for my center forward to get across that man, get across that goalkeeper, get to the front post. As soon as you see the winger getting down the line, shaping up for a cross, you got to get in there as the number 9, as the center forward.
Rodriguez finding Akinola Gregory. Akinola Gregory was recently on the beach football team. Your thoughts, though, on players playing multiple types of football, beach football, futsal, at the national level?
It speaks to probably the lack of a big player pool. But you can transfer the skills. I don't think it's ideal sometimes, but some of the skills that you use in those other formats of the game, futsal and beach, you can use them in regular football. But I prefer to see guys specialize in one or the other, you know.
Well, he's gone down, holding his face, the player on the far side. It's been a stop-start game. It's been fast, enter in action. But in the build-up play, there's been a lot of stops and starts in terms of fouls. Some that you may just consider a bit soft in terms of the calling.
Yeah, shows how competitive it's been, you know. Neither team being passive about the other team in possession for the most part. A lot of contact, a lot of physicality. That's probably taken the place of quality at times, but it's been decent overall from both teams. As I say that, cheap giveaway.
Austin in the area. And then Watson comes up, claims it.
Good recovery from Watson. Superb. Showed good strength. Timing of his challenge was on point. It had to be.
So Dos Santos plays short to Austin. For play back throw, straight into the arms of goalkeeper Terence Lewis. Ball aimed at Kellen Williams. David comes and wins the header. Now Rodanfa, as a former defender myself, I hate to see the defenders leave the back, go for the corners, and then they play it short and never come across.
And the delivery never gets there. There's few things that that upset me more than that. You travel 60, 70 yards.
Not to forget, the keeper normally claims the ball after that, and you have to go sprinting back.
And guess who's the first one they expect to get back? Yep, the big centre half. So that's
And
A 70-yard shuttle run for no reason.
no reason. Of course, you are well known for scoring with your head. The season that AC went quite deep. You were one of the leading goal scorers. Fun fact, Caledonia this season, besides Jaheem McPhee, who transferred in the window, their leading goal scorer is none other than Carlisle Mitchell, the centre-back.
Yeah, he's superb in the air as well. It's all about timing with your headers. It's and the quality of the delivery. You could be 10 foot tall, if the delivery isn't there, you don't have a chance.
Now, for a quiz, who do you think is the second leading goal scorer?
I'm afraid to say Cyrus. But I might be correct.
Ping, 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 ping. Denise Cyrus, the other centre-back, is so the two leading goal scorers for Caledonia. None other than their two centre-backs. They'll get another opportunity to put the ball in the danger area.
Perhaps that summarizes their season, you know, a lack of goal scoring, you know. Perhaps with a few more goals, they could have been higher up the table. They had a lightning fast start, including a win against the defending champions, AC Port of Spain. 2 wins in the first 2 games, and you were thinking maybe they were a dark horse, but it's been inconsistent all the way through. They haven't managed to raise their game against the teams that are higher than them in the table. They've taken care of business against the lower teams, but every time it's time to step up, they haven't quite been there, and that's primarily due to a lack of goals, and that shows on their top scorers, you know, the 2 centre-backs being their top scorers, you know. Perhaps with a few more goals, they'd have been higher up.
Well, it's going to be Kirk Fredericks who's going to take this one. He's going to swing this one. It's going to be a in-swinger, but not where you want an in-swinger from, because it's going to take you closer to the keeper.
Still shooting range. Maybe he might fancy it. Cyrus is there, top goal scorer on the field. Arthur has a good leap on him, and he's delivered well so far.
Frederick. He went for goal. The wall did its job. Up in the air. And just pulling on it there was young Isaiah Jacob.
Not a lot of time to react to the ball coming down, and snapshot. Unfavored left foot. Dragged it wide.
So the unofficial added on time. 2 minutes. It's going to be added on a minimum of 2 minutes. It's been a very interesting first half, Rodan. It's lack quality in the final third, but it's been exciting, pacey.
Yeah, there's been a good intensity about it.
Akinola Gregory. And he's asking for the foul. And his coach is just explaining to him the logic behind it. The referee played the advantage because his team had the ball. Well, now you'll get the call.
Yeah. But I'm not sure what he's expecting of the referee. He did the right thing. They're in possession, let the game flow. That's fine. And on the occasion where they actually lose possession, he gets the foul. I'm not sure what his complaint is about.
Trim. He's going to shoot from distance. But it's just flashing wide.
That's ambitious, that is.
Yeah, ambitious is best.
Very ambitious.
Going back to Akinola Gregory, I think footballers, just like school children or soldiers, they go on having grouses. You know, they want to complain about something.
Is he that kind of player?
Frederick going back to Alvarez, and he just bangs it up. Strong defensive header by Watson. Some good work there by Niles, but it falls to Da Silva, who finds Kirk Frederick. Classy defender.
Yeah, he's been as good as anybody this half.
Dos Santos.
Nope.
Shaquan David.
Yellow and red brick wall. It's well played. Well played.
Jones.
Could we get some quality that we've been missing? Nope. No is the answer. Once again. Good approach play. There's a player down on the far side for Point Fortin. That's why Arthur is on side. And finally they've stopped.
So it's Alexander who's gone down.
Yeah, referees are encouraged to let the play go on as long as it's not a head injury. It doesn't look like a head injury, but
No, it seems to be
certainly in pain.
the jersey has gone up, so it's somewhere in the chest area.
Gordon, how might you summarize the first half?
Well, I think the Point Fortin team, they'll be the happier of the two teams going in. They'll be a bit disappointed and all. They would think that they should have been up.
Yeah.
Caledonia, though, they would see that signs of life. It's just not been a consistent in terms of possession. We know that Caledonia is a possession-based team, so they did not handle the ball as well as we know that they could.
Yeah.
And then in the final third, I think it's not been anything to talk about.
Chances on both ends. I think Point maybe just had the better of the chances.
Yeah. All in all, nothing to write home about.
No.
Yeah. At least just yet.
And the game in the balance for sure.
Yeah,
They
and I
would
think
both
both.
think that they would both fancy their chances to win for sure.
Ball goes into the hands of Lewis. Lewis bangs it upfield. Commanding header there by Cyrus. Da Silva putting on the cap. He finds Dos Santos. Dos Santos, is he onside? He is. Well, he is offside. So I think not much more time left in this one. And that's the halftime whistle. So at the half in this one, it's Point Fortin 0, Mova Caledonia 0. Redanfa, your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty even. Chances on both ends. Distinct lack of quality in the final pass, the final shot. But there are signs for both teams there. Healthy signs, encouraging signs. Time, of course, 15 minutes to regroup. And come again. I think both teams would fancy their chances to push on in this game. There's enough encouragement for both attacking teams. And I expect a goal for sure.
Well, we're going to the break. When we come back, it's going to be the second of action live right here from the Kenko ground at the police barracks. Yeah. It was hard, but we got through. Right, yeah, ask him any questions. You see, he's an expert. Better than waste. I understand. And smooth. No panic. He called to say he was coming late, though. Yeah, good. I need a book. The phone, right? No, I need a book. Yeah. Nah, we should, but yeah, let me not fight it. Tell me. Interviewer. How old is this?
They can bring them right here. Unless we right here.
Right, good. But bring him here. You will be able to take it up down that gap, huh? And take it. So bring him one time. Right, good. Right. Yeah, I'll call you back. I'll try to get interview. You can set up to be able to take the audio from there.
No. We use the same mic.
Oh, same mic from here? All right, good.
So I'm giving them one and I keep one. Yeah.
You might not share, Mike, because. All right, so I just hold it down.
We're here with legendary striker Devon Jocelyn, assistant coach, of course, of Defence Force. How do you fancy your chances in today's game?
Chances haven't gone unbeaten for the season. Coming into basically we could lift the title today, so we fancy our chances.
Yeah, do you think there'll be a different approach to today's game, bearing that in mind that you're only one way away from clinching the title?
I think it would be different when we play them the first time. If I know in Central, well, there are some good players, some players who know the players in our dressing room well, and they will want to come out and lose today and we celebrating on them. By in saying that, we have gone unbeaten for the season for a reason, and we'll be just doing what we has been doing for the season.
Anything you could identify as the main reason why you have stayed unbeaten throughout the season?
I think the discipline, the passion, and the hard work in training. You know, what the public get to see is just the games and the goals, but the work we have been putting in behind the scenes. I think that is a key contributor for us being unbeaten so far in the season.
Thank you. All the best.
Yeah, bro. You are in the best place there.
Nah. We're here with Randolph Boyce, head coach of Central FC. Mr. Boyce, how do you expect to stop this runaway train that is Defence Force, or at least delay them?
For us to have our moments, but solid moments in terms of defensively. They are well organized unit, but defensively we have to have our moments and have them solid.
Yeah, of course, little changeover in the staff of Central FC. What do you expect to see from your players? What are the expectations you put on them for today's game?
Expect everybody, they could play. So everybody, discipline is the key word, the watchword today. Team, organization, because I instill some team tasks in certain areas that we want to get done today and we've been working on in practice. So we want to see they come out today and execute. And if they have the ability, which I know they have, if we get the discipline and the cohesiveness to be able to get that correct, should be a nice, interesting game.
Yeah, first versus second. I don't have to remind you, if they do win this game, Defence Force, that is, they get the title. Certainly wouldn't want that to happen, not on your watch.
No, not on we watch. Hope they could do that next week somewhere.
All right, thank you and all the best.
No problem.
Welcome back to the action here in TTPFL 1. We have Point Fortin, they're up against Caledonia. The scores at the half. Both teams are locked at 1-0 apiece. I'm Gordon Pierre together with me, Rodanfa Abu Bakr. Rodanfa, it was interesting first half.
Yeah, fairly even. I think Point Fortin just ahead in general gameplay and chances. But that counts for nothing in the second half. It's a fresh start, fresh legs, maybe fresh ideas from the coaches. It looks like a similar approach. Minus one thing, I reckon we have a change.
Yeah, well, so that's fresh ideas. It was expressed by the introduction of Jordan Riley, the former secondary school standout, and he's replaced the number 22, Daniel Jones. So they're going a bit away from the direct forward because Young Jones, number 9, out and out striker, Riley, a wing player. Yeah. So they're going away from the number 9 and adding a false 9.
Yeah, Point Fortin did target that left side of Caledonia early on in the first half. I probably owe into Kurt Frederick's adventurous nature. Maybe they'll take advantage of that this half as well.
So just keeping that one in play was Morris. Morris on the overlap. He's trying to put on the afterburner as it goes out of play. So it's going to be Caledonia's ball.
If the ball's rolling and that man on this pitch is going to keep on rolling.
No, if you were flying the wall for the coach of Caledonia, what would you be telling them as Coach Jerry Moore?
I think be more organized when you lose possession. That transition movement, could they get back in shape a little bit quicker? It takes a little too long and now it exposes your back four. In terms of attacking wise, take your time. Don't rush when you get into the offensive third. Concentrate on quality. Keep your eyes on the ball. There's a little bubble in the pitch, but be a little bit more focused. Yeah,
I would forced to agree with you. If I was the fly on the proverbial wall. Yeah. Ball through to Williams. He's gone forward to play the false 9. Cyrus. And the ball just going out of play. Omari Baird with the throw. Cyrus back to the ball. Omari Baird. As the Morris. Watson's been good as a fullback.
Yeah, that's tidy.
And they are Gregory just going down under the challenge from Da Silva. Niles. This is where Point Fortin is very expressive. This number 9 here, Mr. Jeremiah Niles. When he picks up the ball, a lot of things happen. But he's showing back to Watson. Rodriguez falls to Sequana. David finds Jorel Arta. Jorel Arta played the first half of the season with Phoenix. Yeah, he's been transferred across to Caledonia. Of course, he made it the national team as well while being at Phoenix.
Yeah, he's impressed at Phoenix and had a little taste with the national team. Good to see us tapping into the talent of the Tobago boys as well.
Yeah, well, what's coming across was LeSean Roberts. He's on the bench for Caledonia.
Yeah, serial scorer off the bench with Defence Force last season.
Yeah, he was definitely the super sub for them.
Yeah.
The Santos goes back to Shade. Shade pumps this one forward, but it's easily handled by Riley. But winning it back is Da Silva. He loses out. No call by the referee. And ball goes out. So it's going to be Point Fortin's ball.
So that's good to see from Point Fortin. The space that Dos Santos got in the first half, they haven't given him that just yet in this half.
So it's Shade finding.
As soon as I say that, here he is. Lots of time and space, but miscues his pass.
Solomon Austin. And Solomon Austin has been bumped off the ball. Ball played through. Williams. Oh, he's just offside.
Oh, that's tight. And then that's that transition moment. That's Austin taking a touch too many, turning away from his help, turning into trouble.
Yeah, if it's one complaint we have of Solomon Austin, the young Ghanese international, is that he loves to play with the ball at his feet. He will make a pass just to be able to go back and collect the pass.
That's not the best trait to have as a number 6. You want to be tidy, spend 2 touches on the ball maximum in that position.
Well, you've played with one of the best number 6 that Trinidad and Tobago have ever seen in Stefan David.
Yeah. He was always tidy. He was always 2-touch, always in the middle of the pitch, always an option when your team has the ball. And nothing fancy, but excellent outlet every single time.
Rondell Paul there, simple, a foolish foul, if you could call it that.
It's unnecessary for sure.
Yeah, unforced error. In tennis, we would call it an unforced error.
Yeah, you're sticking your hand out there. You're not even protecting yourself. It's very pronounced, and it's kind of lucky to escape a card there, based on what we've seen so far. Gives Point Fortin a chance to clip it into the box. Dangerous position here. And they do have big guys as well. Trim is competent in the air.
Ball played across. Good defensive header there by Cyrus. Just flashing wide there, Rodriguez.
A little bit of collision between Cyrus and his goalkeeper. Snapshot again, caught it on the half volley. Just dribbles wide. Half chance that.
And the keeper goes down. Alfredo Lopez Alvarez.
Yeah, if you go up with Daniel Cyrus, you're likely to come out second best. Even if he's your own teammate.
Most definitely.
Yeah, a little bit of collision there.
6'3",
yeah.
About 220 pounds now. Most of it muscle.
Perhaps more, I don't know. Around the midsection.
I didn't say that.
Still very mobile. Always was very, very mobile despite his height and size.
Yeah, he's definitely he's played well into his 30s.
Yeah.
A 2 World Cup player. And he played in 2007 on the 17 World Cup.
Yeah.
And then in 2009 in the 20 World Cup.
80 plus senior international caps. It's quite something, man.
Yeah. Very experienced campaigner.
Yeah. Fine ball.
He's onside. David, heavy touch. We were talking about experience, and it was the youth that just unlocked the Point Fortin defense. A brilliant ball from young Jacob into Jaquan David. So from one youngster to the other, a heavy touch by the young Ghanese international.
Yeah, there was the option to square to Arthur as well, but let it get away from him. He's in.
Arthur, he's onside.
Fine
And it's hit in the back of the head. Jarrell Arthur. He puts Caledonia up. We've called his name all game long. Finally, he's gotten the decisive touch. The man from Tobago puts Caledonia up.
Yeah, disjointed back line of Point Fortin. It was just a straightforward ball from Cyrus. Well weighted though. Dropped it right in behind. Well timed run from Arthur. Measured finish. He's under a bit of pressure. So give him credit for keeping his composure and popping it over the head of Lewis.
So Caledonia, they lead 1-0. Jarrell Arthur, and showing why he was able to get that national looking Redan for.
Yeah, from one Tobago boy to the other, Daniel Cyrus. That's a 50-60 yard pinpoint pass. And it is a fine finish.
So it's going to be Point Fortin now.
For all their hard work, Point Fortin, that's disappointed to concede in such a manner. Fairly straightforward ball. They didn't react. They didn't anticipate the long ball. And they were caught out. Still had a lot to do, Arthur, and he did it.
The value of Daniel Cyrus. We are now talking about the 80-plus national senior team caps, the 2 World Cup team performances, appearances.
Yeah, and the technique to drop it in behind the defense and have it stop, slow it down as it drops. It's not an easy technique to execute, and he did it perfectly there.
So we're going to see a substitution here. And it's young Shaquana David who leaves. And on comes LaShawn Roberts. His nickname, he doesn't like me to call it, so I will leave it out of the picture. So LaShawn Roberts, the man from Tobago. So he goes to the forward position. So it's more attacking impetus here by Caledonia.
Yeah, and I would observe a bit of a tactical switch for Caledonia. And it's the reason why Arthur has come out wide right. Playing through the middle was very congested and difficult for him to play, and you see the success there.
Roberts almost being a super sub.
Instant impact. His reputation does precede him. But yeah, back to Arthur. He's now operating out wide right, and that gives him the opportunity to break in behind the Point Fortin defense from a wide area. He gets more space there. He's able to operate more freely there rather than through the middle where he did in the first half.
Yeah, if it's one thing that you can guarantee is the tactical aptness of Coach Jerry Moe.
Yeah.
I think, for me, he's the best preparation coach in the Caribbean. What he lacks really, for me, is the personality to really get the players to go heart and soul, do or die, run through the wall type of coach.
He doesn't miss a beat, certainly. He's very astute and notices everything. So credit to him for that little tactical tweak and
he got the result.
That has earned them the goal here, yeah.
Yeah. I would always tell Coach Jerry Moe that, even when he's coaching Sawan North Secondary, I say, you're my favorite preparation coach. If I have a team and I need to prepare it for a tournament, you're my coach. Going into the tournament, though, you just may not be the man. But that's a brilliant ball here. LaShawn Roberts, he's up against Trim. But Trim has been excellent at the centre-back position for Point Fortin.
Yeah, once more strong. LaShawn Roberts is a big boy, so it takes quite a bit to repel that, and he done well there.
Kurt Fredericks. Kurt Fredericks.
Right foot, does he fancy it?
Oh, just going over. Kurt Frederick, the man from St. Lucia, almost adding some CFU crowning here. Look at him go. He just skips past the challenges.
Yeah, glides past 3 on the 4th. The shot just getting under it. Unfavored right foot.
Well, he's got a left foot like a hand, but the right foot just like a foot.
If that was on his left foot, I think Mallet would have been taking that out the back of his net, Lewis.
Paul. He did so well to control it and then to give it away cheaply, really. Morris does well. Ball played forward. Trim. Austin. Akinola Gregory. And unbounds Dr. Lorella Romaine. Dr. Physiotherapy. Look at the incident here again. Ball was up for grabs, really.
Yeah, a bit of a high foot, but I think he has all right to go for it, but just goes over the top of the ball. I think it's a fair call from the referee, and with the high foot, it's difficult for him to get away from a caution there.
Yeah. Now, when you look,
he would continue complaining as he has done all game. So that you're guaranteed.
Even when the referee got it perfectly correct, he was complaining. So just if the referee has it 50-50, you know he's going to be a man up in arms. The physiotherapist for the Caledonia team, young Dr. Lorella Romain. So good to have two things. Of course, women in sport, and then you qualified persons, whether male or female, being on the benches of these football teams. Rodolfo, you would know how untreated injuries could add up.
Yeah, for sure. So important. A physio, the medical staff is for a team. This is a contact sport. This is high intensity stuff. You're always pushing yourself to the limit. So you do need qualified people to take care of you. It doesn't matter male, female. It could be a chimpanzee. But once they're qualified and doing the work, it's massive, massive, especially in a long league season where you need your players and you are going to pick up knocks and injuries. If you could mitigate those things and get players, important players especially, back early and back to full fitness faster, then you stand a better chance, especially if you have a small squad.
Yeah, I think it's something that a lot of persons don't take serious consideration to.
No, they overlook it big time. They just think you just let the players play and whatever happens to them, happens to them. No, you need somebody to take care of them. This is a high performance sport. You're always at your limits, so you have to take care of yourself properly.
Ball played through. Oh, is it the back of the net? No. Well saved there by guess who? Daniel Cyrus.
Superb from the whole statesman. Again, the danger wasn't past. He followed in. And being aware till the end. Not switching off. Didn't win the first ball. Second to the second ball, but still keep switched on. And a heroic stretch to poke it, not just to make contact, but to get it wider they go. That's outstanding from the old boy.
Well, it's going to be a corner. And Niles is going to take it. He's going to be cooling in. Bangs across. Good defensive header. Paul getting two chances at it. Goes out. And it's going to be point FORTIN through. So point FORTIN showing signs of life here. Showing that it's not over till the fat lady comes out and begins singing.
No, they haven't dropped their heads even with the concession of the goal. They've kept plugging away.
Riley. Cleared away there by Paul. Rodriguez making himself big. Roberts. And Rodriguez finds himself in the referee's book. And again, the first man to complain is
complaining.
Akinola
Gregory.
Favorite
Number 10.
He's not involved in the incident, but he's coming across. Look at it again. He was going on and he's clipped from behind. No complaints.
Yeah. If he did play that pass freely, striker would have been in. So it's a clever foul. No complaints about being a foul. And it stopped a possible goal scoring opportunity. Yes, it was on the half line, but certainly deserving of a yellow card.
Well, Kurt Fredericks is going to take this one. We've told you enough about that left boot. He decides not to express it and gives it to Ronald Paul. He also have a good right boot. This time, commentator scores straight into the arms of Terrence Lewis. Kurt Frederick, classy. Da Silva. Arthur. Roberts. Just wide. And Isaiah Jacob not able to get on the end of it.
Was it a shot? Was it a pass? I think it was a shot. He didn't connect with it the way he liked. But fine running from Roberts. Willing to get in behind. Showed good mobility. Dragged it across the goal. Perhaps it should have been a pass, but I reckon it was a shot. But we were in the end.
So Caledonia trying to finish things off here. But credit to point FORTIN. They've not dropped their heads. They've ensured that they've battled for every ball. Dos Santos wins out. Goes back to Shade. Shades finds Solomon. Solomon a bit short. Falls to Dos Santos. No call by the referee. He's holding his face, but referee Samuel was right on spot. He decided that Cook Frederick winning out.
Good tenacity
Ball across.
shown.
Paul just clearing things out. Falls to Morris. Trim, the big commanding fullback.
He's onside, is
Ball
he?
played. He's just been changed into outside position.
That's tight. That's tight. It's a good ball from Trim and a good run.
Now the problem with that is the whole of Caledonia stood up. So even though it was close, because of the space between the defenders and the forward, but when the rule is when the ball was hit.
Yeah.
Akinola Gregory, complainer number 1. Look at it again on the screen. Control.
No, there's nothing in that. There's nothing in that. Nothing in that.
The Academies Award has passed Rodolfo. I think all the acting awards have passed, but he will get one.
I can understand the frustration of Trim there. Akinola is always going to complain, doesn't matter, but...
Yeah, Trim will be offended.
Yeah,
but Akinola Gregory, guilty or innocent, he's always innocent. But it's going to be Kurt Frederick who's going to take this one. Ball floated over the top. Headed down. Oh, heavy touch there by Arthur. Gregory. Aimed at Niles, but overhit. You know, this is where players must take responsibility. Akinola Gregory, he's been complaining all game. He had an opportunity there on the counter to set his player off. Overhit.
Yeah, go on. Just get on with it, man. Get on with it. You've made a mistake. You're trying to point fingers. Get on with it, man.
Strong defensive header. Morris. Played over the top to
He'll do well
Rodriguez.
to catch this.
He's up against Cyrus. The ball across. Cleared out. Headed clear. Niles. Morris loses out. Jacob. Trim. Akinola Gregory.
The truth is, Gordon, a lot of the time you show your frustration when you're tired, and I think he's beginning to get a little bit leggy, and he's frustrated with himself more than anyone else. And then that just destroys his own game.
Yeah.
Trim again, outstanding all game.
Trim though, he's been commanding. He stayed in the game. He got an early yellow card, but it has not hampered his ability to keep on playing. And there you see, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's a bit of fatigue stepping in, Akinola Gregory.
Yeah, that more than anything else, really, and he's frustrating himself.
Caledonia here, able to get a spell of possession. Heavy touch there by Jacob. And Gregory gets on the ball. He gets back on the ball here, but easily won there by Kurt Fredericks. So as the atmosphere has cooled here, the sun has gone down. Beautiful atmosphere here at the Kenko ground. I think the tempo of the game has just cooled a bit, Rodolfo.
Yeah, it has as well. As we've gotten into this second half, 45 plus minutes of leggy energy. There has been some intensity in spurts, but it's not the same pace as the first half, that's for sure.
Yeah, so as they approach the 70th minute here, just about 20 more left.
Yeah, sort of the time that you might want some fresh legs. I don't know if that's going to be introduced just to maybe get Caledonia over the line, or maybe something different from Point Fortin to get back in the game.
Well, they had the injury substitution window, and then they had one other substitution window. So they only have one more substitution window to get their required 5 in.
Yep.
If that's the desire of the coach. Headed clear there by Da Silva. Roberts. LaShawn Roberts. Walls past once. Walls past 2. Then he runs into problems there. Omari Beard. He's just gone too early there. Kellen Williams. His whole bench saying no, but they're way off the line.
I think that one had a few yards in it. Credit to Caledonia for getting their back line up as they advanced. It's good organization from Cyrus and company. Dangerous diagonal ball in behind. That's where the goal came from.
So it's Caledonia. They're on possession here.
Good, Caledonia just taking this thing out of the game as well with a little spell of possession. This is clever from them.
Oh, yeah, strong header. Yeah, Jamal Trim. He's been a really war horse for his team, Jamal Trim. What a season does the youngster. Last season he was at Caledonia, had his disciplinary problems, but he's stayed at home and he's been a leadership. He's been part of the leadership of this Point Fortin team, both on and off the field. As LaShawn Roberts find himself in the referee's book. So number 9, LaShawn Roberts.
Yeah, really impressed by Trim tonight. He's been solid, he's been strong, he's read the game well. He's played the game with a smile.
Yeah,
he's okay with his feet as well.
Yeah, pretty decent with his feet. His delivery has been good. He's a youngster, still under the age of 23. He would have played in the West Penn tournament. So he's a good young talent. Now, Rodanfa, in your day, coming through, there were a lot of players. When the talent was there, you could remember yourself, Daniel Cyrus, Carly Mitchell. They were players to usher them over. Now, at under 23, Jamal Trim is a leader at this team. How does that affect the development of a young player?
Yeah, it's important to have experienced guys around you to show you the ropes, to get you through the difficult times. Sometimes navigating those things on your own as a youngster is so much more difficult. So with a handful of senior players around their team, you get advice, you get guidance, all that. But if you don't have that around, then you're sort of scratching around for yourself, and sometimes it takes longer for you to develop, longer for you to learn from some of your mistakes. I think the responsibility then somehow falls on the coach as the senior figure in a team like that, with that lacks that leadership, such as this Point Fortin team, littered with youngsters. But on the plus side, sometimes you have to just grow up quickly, grow up faster. You have to mature faster, and you're forced to do that without senior players around.
Well, it's Dos Santos trying to mature things here, but it doesn't mature for Caledonia. Instead, Nile is able to walk away with it. And that's a brilliant ball forward. Williams, an exciting young player. He loses out to Shade. And Jacob finds Jurelata. Niles. Early ball. Williams. Good covering by Shade. Cyrus.
Yeah, Gordon, added to that discussion about the experience, I remember my time on the national team, I would have been a senior to Jovin Jones and even Kevin Molino and the like. Myself, Kenwin Jones, John Michael Williams, Johan C. Williams. We were there to sort of corral them and keep them in check. When we left, there was no one to keep those boys in check, and the team suffered a bit for a while until they realized that they had to take up the mantle as the senior players. So it's important to have that kind of transitional period where you could usher some of the junior players into a more senior role. So I think that's what Caledonia have done well with Cyrus and Mitchell. And unfortunately, Point Fortin have not been able to do that by keeping some of their senior boys.
Yeah, it's, experience are so underrated, in the modern world. Everyone thinks that you can be a superstar at 18, at 17 if you're playing for Barcelona. But you don't take into consideration that these 17-year-olds are coming under more experienced players who are also providing the environment, teaching them how to be a professional day in, day out, So it's so important. We have the experiences in hands at the sidelines here, and you're hearing the coaching staff on both sides asking for input in terms of
referees can help out those that are younger, less experienced, that are now coming into the game. It's a hostile environment, a football game. You have 11 players screaming at you all the time. It's not easy to deal with, and it takes us proper level of a different level of temperament to navigate your way through that. You're a human, you make mistakes just like the other players, but it's a different level of calm and composure when you're in the middle with that whistle.
Well, it's going to be the Santos who's going to take this one. Brings this one over. Headed clear by Trim. Falls to Da Silva. Heavy touch. Goes back to the Santos. And the ball just banged out for a corner.
Good from Point Fortin to repel that attack. Good. They're on the second ball, closing down the shot. That's not bad from them. They've been decent today. And then with the game at 1-0, they're not out of it yet. They're just one goal away from getting back in this one.
Hats off to them, though. For those who know the Trinidad and Tobago culture, today is Borough Day in Point Fortin. It's a tough day to get any one of your players or your personnel, young people, to leave the festivities and travel to Port of Spain to play football. Nice, strong tackle.
Yeah, but they've all sacrificed that. They've left that behind, and they've come and given a really good account of themselves here today.
So it's going to be Caledonia here with this corner. Ball lifted up and over. Cyrus will keep it in play with his feet. He started as a forward, for those who don't know. So he's very handy with the feet. Keeping on his big screen. Yeah, they're showing the roly-poly. He goes down. He wouldn't get that call.
No, hope rather than expectation for that call.
And then that's... Da Silva finds the Santos. Caledonia now coming in waves. Point Fortin on the ropes here. Another infringement. Guess who's the culprit? I'll give you one chance, Redanfo.
It's Mr. Akinola for sure. He's still complaining.
Well, it's going to be a double substitution by Caledonia, as they're going to bring on young Kieran Albo as well as young Javon Blues Thomas. And it's being withdrawn. Bruno Da Silva, the man from Sao Paulo. In fact, the two Brazilians are leaving, and Bruno Dos Santos. So they're extracting the Brazilian flavor adding a bit of Trini flavor to it. Surprised by the substitutions, Rodolfo?
I've been impressed by the two Brazilians. They're good on the ball, technically all right. They always look to play forward, positive players. Left footer, he's handy as well. He made a couple decent crosses. Center midfielder has found his pass as well. So perhaps it's just a matter of them getting their legs up to 90 minutes.
Well, whizzing over there was Code Frederick. There was oohs and ahs in the crowd here. Look at it again. Just flashing over.
Yeah, struck it well. Was closer than I initially thought.
The keeper was unresponsive, but it was just over the top corner. So as they approach the final 10 minutes in this one. Yeah, the ball just going out of play. Bit overhit. Bit of a flick there. Aimed at Williams, but being able to win out. Thomas finds Jacob. Austin. Thomas continuing his run. He's got a very good left boot, but he loses out. And when FORTIN able to come forward, Jordan Riley wins that battle. The referee says illegally, and Manswell picks up. Paul. Ball cleared out. Jacob. Good work there by Cyrus. Anna. Arta. Jacob. The early ball, but it's just cut out by Trim.
That man again, Trim.
Thomas taking his time.
Just taking his sting out of the game. It has dropped off in pace, that's for sure.
He's got a very good left boot. Rodolfo, I want to see you watch this left boot here by Thomas. I would pick him just to take spot kicks. Watch this delivery. Brilliant ball.
Fine ball.
Headed over.
Perfect area.
Perfect area. And I had the confidence to tell you that, even though possibility exists that he would have put it in the exact spot. Had it been you, we would be counting a goal there.
Quite possibly, yeah. But as I said before, scoring with your head, so much of it is down to the delivery, and that's spot on, man. It's not lofted, it's whizzed in
driven,
there.
Yeah. All you need to do is direct it.
Yeah. Don't need to add any power to that. Just get enough of a head on it and it's in.
I've seen him in training and have been amazed at his level of accuracy and consistency. Look at this one again. This one a bit overhit, but it's gotten to a Caledonia head and no power on it. Lewis picks up, slightly overhit. Morris. Akinula Gerge loses out. Strong tackle there by Trim. Paul, the early ball, but Trim again. Niles. It's a silly foul. Unforced error, really.
He's not going anywhere there.
Yeah, he was going in the wrong direction. You could have pressed him and squeezed him there. Now he gets a dead ball, and he's able to pick the spot to deliver it forward.
That's naive defending, yeah.
Now, Trim, though, he stayed down. He's been through the wars, really.
Yeah, he
Jamal
really
Trim.
did fly into that challenge. Perhaps he's hurt himself.
Sometimes you make the challenge, you feel good after, but then 2 seconds after, then the pain comes.
Yeah, he really did extend himself going into that challenge. And with 85 minutes of running under those heavy legs, he might have overextended himself a bit. Still enough time for Point Fortin to get something out of this, though. Caledonia, I think, are good for their lead, but it's not been smooth sailing throughout. It hasn't been comfortable throughout this 85 plus minutes. And they still have a further 5 plus added on time to negotiate.
Yeah. Time winding down for the Point Fortin team. They've not been embarrassed. They definitely give them as good as they've gotten.
Yeah, not at all. Some decent performances from Niles and Williams. Obviously, Trim has been outstanding as he hobbles off. Akinola in the first half was decent, but they seem to be running out of steam here. Could they find a little bit of legs, a little bit of impetus just for this final 5 minutes? Maybe something off the bench. They've been reluctant to go to the bench. Only Jordan Riley has come on, so they have subs.
So it's going to be a throwing here. Good. Cleared out. Austin. Arta. Finding a heavy touch. Bit of a bobble, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
Manswell. Boy just running away. Niles. Early ball there. Yeah, no pressure really. Could have done a whole lot better. Well, the folks beginning to look forward to the nightcap here. It's the runaway leaders, Defense Force. They come up against the second place, MIC Reboot Central. MIC Reboot Central, they said that maybe Defense Force will win this title, but not on them today. So this is going to be a humdinger here at the barracks.
Yeah, heavyweight clash, first against second. With no disrespect to these two teams, this has very much been the undercard. The warm-up, if you like. Really looking forward for that second fixture.
Trim winning out. Watson, but they lose out.
Got 3 inside if he gets his head up. Here's one of them now. Oh.
Roberts there trying to get the one-time shot. Niles.
Oh, hello. It's tidy.
Rodriguez all the way across. Finds Jordan Riley. And losing out there is Williams. Early ball.
Well read from Trim. He was off before the ball even played and dealt with the aerial challenge so well. Promising
Rodriguez.
Here. If he found the right pass, he had 4 ahead of him, and I think he just rushed it.
Alvarez just taking this thing out of it here. So it seems like it's going to be an easy win here. Banged up field. Cleared it out.
It's going to be tricky to deal with.
Into the hands of goalkeeper Terrence Lewis. Cyrus just called for the infringement. Jaquan Bailey looking to make an entry for the Point Fortin team. Niles looking to make his exit, sorry. Jeremiah Niles. He's had a lot of industry early on in the first half. So Niles goes off. And Bailey comes off. Niles not happy with the substitutions. How many of us are as players?
Never happy when they come off, but he tried as best as he can. He and the rest of the Point Fortin team could be proud of themselves, and maybe more to be proud of if he can't quite catch that.
You just straight into an offside position. So it's a winding down time here. Not much more time left in this one, plus the 3 minutes to be added on. Caledonia, they lead 1-0. A goal scored by Jarell Arta. Headed on by Roberts. Trim. Early ball forward. Good work there by Shane. And then Thomas. Kieran Alboman as well. Can he keep it in play?
He has too much time and space.
You would count on a man like Javon Thomas to find Albo. I think Albo is one with a bit with the handbrakes up, as we call it in local parlance.
I still like him to drive with the ball a little bit more. He has time, he has space. Probably commit a defender before he makes that pass.
Lewis. So Caledonia looking to stop the bleeding. You know, they've gone back-to-back fives. Not scoring 5, conceding 5s. So they'll be very happy to get a victory here. Get the ship back on track.
Yeah, it shows a lot of character to bounce back from 2 games where you've conceded 5. It's not been pretty all the time, but it's been decent enough, and I think they're good value for their win if they can hold on here.
Looking forward though, Rodanfa, I think this season is backed up for Caledonia and Point Fortin. What do Caledonia first need to do to really get the club going in the right direction? The last 2 seasons haven't been the best in their history.
Yeah, they look like they're going to just meander towards mid-table this season. Perhaps, again, what we identified earlier, a lack of goals, really. They need to find a goal scorer, someone who could guarantee them 10, 15 a season, and that's going to earn you, I'm thinking 10, 15 points more than they've earned this season. And then that puts you in a chance of being in the top 3. If they could hold on to Cyrus and Carlisle Mitchell, if they're still fit and still able, that's also going to be a plus.
But if you observe the pitch, observe the bench of Caledonia, some days Carlisle, he's in a blue jersey, which is the official jersey, and some days he's in a team jersey. It's all according to how he goes.
Honestly, Gordon, at this age and sometimes the pitches we play on and train on, it's difficult for somebody at that age to play through the week, to train every day through the week and play on Saturdays 90 minutes. It's not easy. and you have to make concessions for the older players at times.
Well, that's the final whistle. Referee Andrew Samuel brings an end to this one at the end of 90. It's Caledonia 1, point 14 nil. They've gotten a victory here, the boys from over Caledonia. Vidanfa, could you sum us up quickly here?
Yeah, I think good value for the win in the end. Point Fortin had their chances, particularly in the first half, but you got to put them away. And they didn't have the quality to do that today. In the end, it was quite a straightforward goal. Good finish in the end from Arthur. Point Fortin have acquitted themselves well. Caledonia will be happy to break that losing streak that they were on. But Point Fortin, they have to regroup and come again. But if they can apply themselves the same way they did here, I think they will end up with a few more points before the end of the season.
Well, that's the end of this one. We forgot the nightcap coming up. It's the big game. It's 1 versus 2. Defense Force up against MIC Reboot Central. They'll be coming up shortly. So we're going to the break as we have some of the highlights of the first half. Good evening as we get ready for the nightcap. It's the Defence Force up against the MIC Central Reboot. It's 1 versus 2. The championship may be won here as these two teams get ready for action. I'm going to pair together with me, Radanfa Abu Bakr, the game of the season, Radanfa.
Yeah, big hitters here tonight. The who's who in local football on show. First versus second. The title at stake really tonight.
Well, I spoke to some of the players of the Central Reboot team. They say, Defence Force, they may win the title, but not on us tonight. Well, we'll have the starting lineups for the Central Reboot team as they try to hold off the Defence Force celebrations. In goal, the big man Jabari Bryce, number 21. The captain, Jamel Neptune, number 22. Number 4, Malik Merez. Number 5, Jamal Jack. Number 6, Daniel David. Number 8, Jamil Antoine. Number 10, John Paul Rushford. Number 12, Jesse Williams. Number 17, Russ Russell Jr. Number 21, Joshua Alexander. And rounding off the starting lineups, Kadeem Black Magic Corbin. Well, for the champions in waiting, they've waited long and hard. The man in goal, number 1, Isaiah Malik Williams. Yes, you heard correct. Isaiah Malik Williams, he'll be in goal for the Defence Force Elite. Number 10, the captain, Kevin Molino. Number 2, Isaiah Garcia. Wearing the number 6 jersey is Kevin Goddard. And number 7, Jelani Felix. Number 11, Kaim Thomas. Number 12, Isaiah Bongo Leacock. Number 15, Shaquille Shakbechoma. Number 17, Curtis Boyo Gonzalez. Number 20, gonna be Adriel George. And rounding off the starting lineups, number 26, Justin Shugi Garcia. Well, it's really a clash of the Titans. Two good coaches, young coaches in the game, but very good coaches in Denzel Tybalt. He has led the Defence Force Elite all season long. And on the central side of things, coming in are Randolph Boyce. So, two young coaches, young exciting teams. Your predictions tonight, or is it too close to call?
I would agree with that. It is too close to call. It'll be hard to stop Defence Force, this runaway train that is Defence Force, unbeaten throughout the season, of course. They've been excellent under Denzel Tybalt, his first season as a senior manager, head coach. Credit to him for shaping up this team into a near unstoppable force this season. Standing in their way, of course, is Central FC. New guy at the helm, Randolph Boyce.
Well, it's 1 versus 2. Defence Force in a jazzy black outfit. It seems to be a bit of purple, but under the lights, it looks more black than purple. And the Central FC, they are in red. The match commissioner just ensuring that the clocks are in sync. And Crystal Sobers send them on their way. David shakes off one challenge. Daniel David. He goes back to Jamil Antoine. Antoine forward to Corbin. Trying. Just flashing. Push wide there. John Paul Rushwater.
Brisk start from Central. Showing their intent early on. They're not going to give up that title tonight, are they?
No, well, they said that Defence Force may get to the trophy, but not on their backs. It left to be seen here as John Paul Rushford just walks across. He's going to be taking this one with the right boot. He's very good from set pieces.
Yeah, his delivery is usually there and thereabouts. Big guys in there. Jamal Jack is one of them. Ooh.
And rising highest there was Russ Russell Jr. Unable to keep it down. It goes over.
Yeah, another one of their 6 foot plus threats in the air.
Former Defence Force man himself. So it's a bit of a grudge match if ever there was one. But it's going to be the young keeper, Isaiah Malik Williams. Riches of talent there at the Defence Force. They've got Jabari Scintille, also Christopher Biggett. Jabari Sintile has just gone off boil in the last couple of games. Kevin Molino just having a bit of a question with the ball. So Crystal Sobers just getting a restart. Justin Shugi Garcia finds Curtis Boyer Gonzalez. Curtis Boyer Gonzalez, also a 2 World Cup veteran in terms of playing the under 17 2007 World Cup as well as the under 20. A bit of a handle ball, and there comes a whistle over Crystal Sobers.
Yeah, bags of experience all over the pitch. National team, senior team caps all over, quality all over, international experience all over. You expect decent quality tonight. Despite the surface, it's a little bit bumpy in areas that might take away from the speed of the game, but you have enough experience to mitigate that.
Bryce headed clear, and Shaquille Bertram gets in between it. Neptune, Corbin, and he's forced to clear there. So Central, they've come out lively here.
Yeah, definitely on the front foot early on here.
It's going to be Russ Russell Jr.
So 2 of their newer recruits, that's Jesse Williams on the ball here and Jamal Jack. They form 2 out of a back 3. And it looks like 5 in midfield really from Central. So a very attacking posture when they have possession.
Yeah, they're going from a 4 when they're defending, and when they're attacking, they have 3 at the back. Of course, Ross Russell Jr. would have been converted from being a left winger to being a left wing back in his career time.
So he's going to patrol the entire left side, especially when in possession. He's going to be given the license to go forward. On defense, now it's almost like they defend with a 5. Yes. So he tucks in. So does Joshua Alexander on the far side.
So a very fluid system. It's a coach has to have a lot of confidence in his players.
Yeah, and you need players with experience and tactical understanding to do it the right way.
Crystal Sobers just ensuring all is well. Complaints about the ball. Now we had to explain molten balls, the modern molten balls, they feel soft to the foot, especially if you're a customer with a. But I'm sure if when they put the ball meter on it, it's going to be firm enough. In the meantime, the referee's just stopping to ensure that all is well, and they finally found a ball that's firm. It's going to be Curtis Boyer Gonzalez. Well, it was a number 10 in the first game that complained about everything. I'm sure the man who's second in the country for complaining wearing number 10. He's on tonight. But the ball is all the way across. Jelani Felix places one wide to Kaim Thomas. He loses out and it's cleared forward there by Malik Merez. Strong challenge. Ball played forward. Corbin always dangerous. He's able to keep it alive. But then they lose out. Here comes a defense force. Ball cleared up into the air. Headed clear.
Yeah, a little bit frantic, as you would expect in the early goings of any game, especially one with so much at stake, like today.
So it's going to be a throw-in. Curtis Boyle Gonzalez. Shaq Ilbochum. Malik Merez able to come. He just screens things out.
Yeah, minus those first early raids from Central. No real pattern to this one. Everybody just trying to find themselves. It's going to be very difficult to play through the midfield. There's Neptune in there. There's the combative Goddard. It's going to be crowded there. I think any joy is going to be found on the outside. We're talking Rush Russell Jr., perhaps Joshua Alexander giving width to Central. Bertrand for Defense Force.
Kevin Molino going down theatrically.
Still attempting to find a firm enough ball.
So they just showing that the balls are at the proper weight. You know, sometimes it's just a type of ball, you know. Yeah, it have a little padding on it. Well, I'm at the end of my career, but when I play a little fat mat, sometimes the ball just feels soft to me because we were accustomed to balls that when they hit them, it hit ping, you know. Now the ball has a little bit of padding. You got to really drive through the ball. So if you're training with one type of ball and then you come to play with this type, it may just be a little bit off. But guess what? If the number 10 was in the MLS and that was the ball he had to play with, he would have a lot less complaints about it.
The thing is, you play, in his instance, you play away and everything is at a premium standard all the time. It's difficult now to come and accept anything less than that. So you could understand his frustration in a sense.
Gonzalez floated across. Just headed clear. And Alexander bangs it. They say it's a corner, but it's really. But one player has gone down and stayed down.
Yeah, meaty collision. Meaty collision after the cross.
If you look at what happened before, you would see that it definitely came off the Defense Force attacker. Crystal Sobers, though, the only person with authority to say yay or nay, has said that it's going to be a corner. Look at it here again. Alexander just banging it off the Defense Force player. You decide at home.
Decision already made by the most important person, the only person with a whistle tonight.
Correct. That's the only person who could make a call. So it's going to be a corner for the Defense Force Elite as they try to wrap things up here, go into celebration mode and turn their focus to the First Citizens Cup. What a season it's been for the men from Tetron. Oh, he's been barged over.
That's clumsy.
Just outside the area.
It's clumsy, really clumsy.
And Jesse Will, he almost find himself in the referee's book. Look at it here again. You can have no complaint. Oh, but it's pretty close to the area, but it's just outside.
Just outside.
Just outside.
The initial contact. Oh boy.
He's on the line there.
So tight. That's so tight.
Yeah.
Difficult from this angle, to be fair. And in all,
I think your next career will not be commentating with the politics. Because that's a very good answer there. But you decide at home. You've gotten 2 replays of the incident. But just outside, in my opinion. But it's going to be a free kick here. Standing over the ball. Adriel George. Watch out! Off the upright. that Jelani Felix, the man as his mother reminded me, not from Kukurit, but all the time he's been from Santa Cruz.
It's tight angle. Not a bad try.
It would have been something special to get into that top corner.
Definitely.
Well, it's Bryce who's going to take this one. Shaquille Shaq Bertram. Isaiah Leacock. Jesse able to get a shot off, not much power on it. Ball goes all the way through.
Got to deal with this.
Williams
That's really well done.
goes all the way back. And Jesse Williams, the young defender, barrel-chested.
Yeah, amidst all the commotion, he actually earned himself a yellow card for protesting. Silly early on as well. Now he has a bit of a tightrope rope to walk for the rest of the game. Up against Molino, Adriel George, and Bertrand. It's not a good position to be in.
Not a good position. After that, Isaiah Bongo Leacock,
Yeah.
the league's leading goal scorer. Now, Isaiah Leacock, what a find he's been in the TTPFL. You know, he started his football at the top tier with West Fort and the Ascension. Failed to really raise a gallop, you know. Always showed the potential, but he blossomed at Harlem and then entered the Pro League first at AC Port of Spain and then with the Defense Force. And my goodness me, if there's one goal scorer in the league, that's him.
Yeah, he's done really well, progressed really well. Still very raw. Still a lot to learn in the game. But he's got good tools, good abilities, decent mindset. I've worked with him a little bit and he seems to have his head on his shoulders, so he can always improve.
That's into the side netting there. John Paul Rushford, another youngster who has come through the ranks. He's become a bit of a journeyman now, moving from team to team. Not the best thing you want to do as a young player.
Yeah, you feel like his career has stalled a bit. I'm sure he would have loved to be in a foreign country, perhaps in Europe, playing by now, having 2-3 seasons under his belt. Unfortunately, he's been mired here in the local leagues. He does show flashes of brilliance and his talent every now and again, but it's not consistent enough.
That's a brilliant turn there by George. He's bounding. Molino, that's a bit black flick. A bit of confusion. Shouts from the Defense Force bench. Half of an appeal, really. Look at it again.
Oh, Molino magic there with that back flick. Just getting across in time, the defender. And him and the goalkeeper were able to sort it out in the end.
And on the other end, Kadeem Corbin now gets himself carded for a tackle up against Justin Shuggy Garcia. Justin Shuggy Garcia, he's been another find for Trinidad and Tobago, more so. Very consistent for the Defense Force. He knocked, but he wasn't given his opportunity. When he got it though, he took it with both hands. Had a bit of an injury this season.
Yeah.
Was well replaced by Jelani Peters coming into the Defense Force. But when he's back in the starting lineups. You don't want to see a player who had a bit of an injury go down so early in this game.
No, hopefully that he's able to shake that off. It's really helpful to have a left-footed centre-back. It opens up so much more of the field when you build out, as Defence Force like to do. They like to play from the back. Denzel has insisted on them build up and play from the back, minimum long passes. And he's really useful in that, especially with his left foot coming out of central defence.
So Isaiah Garcia, Shaquille Shaq Bertram, he's up against Jamal Jack. That's always going to be a battle. Molino just running out of real estate. He's up against the big Jamal Jack. you would know much about him.
Yeah, not the prettiest, but very effective. Obviously, physical monster of a man. Bags of experience. He's been around a long time, and he's always a fierce competitor. Never say die attitude. Exactly what you want in a centre back.
George. Felix. Some good work there by Daniel David. Silky smooth, this number 6. Fingers, as he's called. Started his football with Trinchetta Hawks as a youth player, and then he was snapped up by the Lakota Rangers. Ball across!
Well worked. Final pass. If he could get that all along the ground, it might give Corbin a better chance.
So I've got to get some corrections here. Rashad Maz saying that Bongo Leacock, he started at Culture Youth in the North Zone, but then he was the leading goal scorer there in 2019. But then I want to say that he went to Real Westford in 2021, 2022 in the Ascension League, and then he went to Harlem, then to AC, and then to Defence Force. So that's a footsteps. So we want to always big up our cultural youths and those teams, the North Zone teams, zonal teams, so important for the 17, 18-year-olds who can make the immediate step to the pros.
Yeah, they get that level they need to develop and that game time they need that they may not get if they go directly to the pro league level. And you find really good quality players at that level as well, just waiting to be discovered.
Yeah, that ball just going out of play there. So it goes out, and it's going to be a throwing for the Central team. The intensity as hot on the field as it is on the sidelines. Contrasting coaching styles. Randolph Boyce would not get up off the bench often, but Denzel Theobald, he almost wants to get on the pitch.
Yeah, as a former player, I could sympathize with him. You know, he kicks every ball, he heads every ball that's in the air for his players while he's at the side of the pitch. Very involved. Definitely wants them to play a certain way and play a certain style, and he insists on it from the sidelines.
Jabari Bryce comes and claims, just slowing things down. The Central team, though, they've started like a house on fire. They have definitely pulled no punches against the Defence Force team. Defence Force, of course, not afraid of any team in this league, but they've had to put up their defense, take a couple under their shoulders because Central, they are coming. But here comes the Defence Force ball across. And that's the quality there, as they're just able to calm things down. And Jamal Jacques just putting on a screen there. It borders on being legal there, Rodan Farm.
Yeah, as always, robust defending from Jack. Boarding, as you said, on a little bit extra, but he gets away with it.
So if you're just joining us, it's a game that could be the crowning glory. The Defence Force posse, they've come here. If you look around the ground, they're all in blue, painted in blue. They've painted the tongue blue as they come expecting to wrap things up tonight.
Anticipating a victory. And why should they not? They've been unbeaten all season. Bags of goals, top scorers during the season, 66 goals before kickoff. 5 times they've scored more than 5 goals this season. tremendous run from them. And of course, they'll want to stay unbeaten. And they'll want to do it tonight against one of the title contenders.
Ball headed up to the air. As they're able to win things out here. The ball is going out. Quickly take control. As Malik Morez chested down. Good turn there by Molino. Ball across. Joshua Alexander just screening things out. So it's going to be a throw in there for Caledonia. For Central. Well, Joshua Alexander, a former Mova Caledonia player as well. So it's a throwing for Central.
Yeah, he would give them a lot of legs on the right side. He's very aggressive, very mobile, attack-minded wing-back. So he would combine well with Rushford on that side.
Yeah, I think it allows that fluency in structure that we see from Central, because when you got Russell Jr., the man on the ball on one side, and then you've got Alexander on the other, both able to go from attack to defense quite easily.
Ooh, Neptune has done well to force a corner off of Gonzalez. Credit to Neptune for not giving up the chase.
Yeah, he's a very good Jamal Neptune, the man from Kukurit. But it's going to be David. I'm very impressed by this young man. Daniel Fingers David. Overhit. Kept alive at the far post. It's back in the side. Well held there. And he bowls it out. And Shaq Bertram. This is what he brings to the game. Neptune. And Neptune able to just run out of real estate. Now, Kevin Goddard, he's given a story this season of resilience. Joshua Rahul Wilson, civilian, he came into the team, transferred following his coach from Mova Caledonia, and he forced Kevin Goddard out. Good work there by Jamal Jack. John Paul Rushford. Early ball aimed at Corbin. Second ball falls to Neptune, but it's cleared out by Goddard. And Malik Merez goes back to that's Williams. Finds Alexander. Alexander drives this one inside. David Corbin. Shot. In fact, it wasn't Corbin. It was Neptune.
Yeah, snapshot edge of the box. Good positioning from the keeper. Comfortable save. Unable to hold, but push it away from danger.
Now, the keeper, Isaiah Williams, he's also a bit of a story. He would have come into a defense force team that had the two national first choice keepers, because Christopher Biggett and Jabari St-Hilaire was the national first choice, the ball across. And Williams claims, but he stuck it out, and now he skipped the line.
Yeah, what's good for him is that he has that experience to learn from, especially as a keeper. That's so important. So he'll be training with them day in, day out, and learning so much off of them. And he's got his chance here, and so far he's looked good, acquitted himself well. Confident grab a few moments ago, and his distribution looks on point as well.
Curtis Boyo Gonzalez skips past one, challenging the other. And quickly take on George. Back to Molino. Molino. So it's going to be free kick here. George. So there are 3 men standing over it. 1 right footer, 2 left footers. Felix, as well as Isaiah Bongo Leacock. George.
Tried it from a tighter angle before, so I'll put my money on him trying it again. Although Garcia is up for it.
No, that's George. That's Andrel George. Then we have the number 7. That's Jelani Felix, sorry. But it's Bongo Leacock who flashes over.
Lots of power, but not enough accuracy.
Normally, in the army, seniority has privileges, but the young Isaiah Bongo Leacock just flashing over. So as we approach, just about 30 minutes gone, 27 approaching 30. The scores, if you're just joining us, it's the MIC Central Reboot Team. Pretty long name, lots of sponsors in it. So that's a good sign, Redan.
It's so important for corporate to get on board with the football, give these boys an opportunity to showcase their talents, ensure that they're well funded, and I think that's the case here with MIC Reboot.
Reboot is also part one of the sponsors of the league, so we hats off to them. As the Hearty Foods, Arima. So corporate Trinidad and Tobago slowly coming back to football. That ball just across, it's broken up by Isaiah Garcia. No, the flag went up. He cannot be offside if the player with the ball passed it back to him.
Is
the
opponent?
Attacking player that passed it back to him, because the player with the defense force man passed the ball to him. Yeah, he definitely got it wrong there.
Yeah, a little bit hasty with that call, the linesman.
Yeah. But I think the referee who would have been seeing the play, what the lineman would have seen would have been a player in an outside position collecting the ball. But the referee would have seen that it would have come from
a defense force player. Yeah.
A defense force man.
So I think in the end it would have been her responsibility.
Call,
yeah.
But definitely not a call, but a responsibility.
Yeah.
Because the linesman is looking across the line.
Yeah.
You'd have seen the ball past into a player coming from an offside position. But all's well that ends well. As Corbin try to work some magic here. Neptune. Let's show you Antoine. Wider. Strong defender there. Ball not clear though. Just flashing wide. Kadeem Black Magic Corbin looking to create some magic here.
Didn't have much time to react. Pulled the trigger, half second, just dragged it wide. Decent chance that somebody of his quality would expect to at least hit the target.
Curtis Boyo Gonzalez goes back to Justin Shugi Garcia. Across to Jelani Felix. Felix comes all the way across to Boyo Gonzalez. Finds Goddard, the Diego Martin man. A heavy touch there by Leacock. Ball cleared out and it falls to Jesse Williams. Jesse Williams finding Antoine. Antoine back to Williams. Ball floated up over the top. Aimed at the overlapping Alexander. Awful.
That's wild, but good intent. Again, we see Alexander bombing forward, making himself available, being positive.
Well, The Central reboot team, they've got the riches of attacking prowess, just like the defense force. Because when you look at the defense force bench, you got Brent Sam, Rion Moore. So when you look at those two to come, you know that there's a lot of attacking force. And if you want a good defensive CDM, Joshua Arau Wilson.
It seems like we're having an issue with the ball once more. But yeah, a lot of goals on the defense force bench for sure if they need it in the second half or later on in this game. What would be worrying for them so far is the lack of involvement of Kevin Molino. He hasn't seen much of the ball. It's very congested in there with Antoine, and Neptune tucks inside when they defend. Also, David makes it very difficult for him to get on the ball and struggling to get involved at the moment. But a type of player like him just needs one moment, just needs a half yard of space. And maybe he's just waiting for his turn.
Kaim Thomas is up against, and he's just been fouled there by Jesse Williams. He'd have to walk the tightrope.
Who's on a yellow card. Silly yellow card at that. And that's the risk you run for being naive, for being impetuous. Now you're running yourself. What he's done cleverly is walked away from the situation really quickly.
Of course, no face, no case. So he's trying to get away quickly from the infringement area.
But it's going to be tough for him to get away from something like that. Another incident of that nature again. Still have a long way to go in this game.
Yeah, all of about another 10 minutes in the first half. Add to that the whole 45 in the second. But they'll have to defend this one. Ball whipped in. Diving header there by it's same Jesse Williams. Molino. Now, if you know Coach Randolph Boyce, he's one of the few coaches that does scouting. So he'll go get the information and then he'll devise a plan to suit. So his plan has definitely worked thus far.
Yeah, I think you've seen that in the way they've set up with the 3 at the back when they attack, and then they tuck in and make it 5 when they defend, nullifying Molino and Bongo and also Bertrand on the other side. So they outnumber them in defense. They have Antoine sitting in front, making it very difficult for even Molino to drop into that pocket as well.
It's going all the way across. Russ Russell Jr. finds Jack. Jack goes back to Merez. Merez quite composed. Ball driven wide, aimed at John Paul Rushford. Can he get to it? He does. And Felix just puts it out. So you're seeing the intent. The stoppers playing like midfielders. No ball by the referee.
Almost like deep line playmakers. And yeah, Merez has that range of passing. So does Jesse Williams.
And Isaiah Bongo Leacock putting on the big screen. The referee says it's illegal. For you to screen, he must be in possession of the ball. Referee Crystal Sobers quite experienced. Headed clear there by Justin Garcia. Goddard goes back to Curtis Gonzalez.
Yeah, just back to that discussion you were having about Goddard earlier on when he lost his place early on in the season to Raul Wilson. It shows good character to fight back for your place. It's easy to just say, that's it, I'm going to be on the bench for the rest of the season, but he hasn't done that.
And it's just over there. Jamil Neptune there. He did everything right. He had it down, but into the hard ground. Look at it again. Good service.
I think he was just blinded by the recovering defender, and he only got sight of it when it smacked him probably in the face. But that's a massive chance. He's 6 yards out. He should be putting that past the keeper for sure.
So Central here showing that they're not afraid. You would have come to expecting, with all the talk of Defence Force not winning the championship on them, you would have expected them to come and set up defensively, but they haven't.
No, not at all. I think they've set out their stall to attack. I think they're definitely trying to win the game. They're not content on not losing the game. It's an attacking posture with attacking-minded players. So no, they're definitely not coming to sit back and wait for defense force to make the moves. Good touch.
Great touch there by Daniel David. Good composure there by Isaiah Garcia, showing the quality that has forced his way into the national setup. He's made the national right wing back position his own under coach Dwight York.
Yeah, steady, solid guy, decent in possession, very tenacious defender.
That ball just coming off of Ross Russell Jr. It goes out. George. Ball banged upfield. Headed back, well handled there by Malik Merez. I think it's going to be either one moment of brilliance or an error that's going to decide this one, Redanfa.
Quite possibly. There's enough quality on the field to give us goals tonight. The Defence Force have not failed to score in any one of their games. Once again, top scorers in the league.
They've also got the top two goal scorers.
Yeah.
They've had Isaiah Bongo Leacock and also Kevin Molino. 1 and 2. Isaiah Garcia with that challenge there on Ross Russell Jr.
I suppose if she let the one with Jack slide on the other side, she's got to let this one slide as well.
Good work there by Jamal Jack. That's what he's known for, robust defending. Shakil Shaq Bertram. This is what he brings to the defense force. He's going to run all day out on the wide positions. He's going to challenge every ball. Antoine, the Nelson Street resident, just cooling things down. Credit to Central though, even when things are cooled down, the ball is moving around quite quickly.
Yeah, they have some decent ball handlers so they can keep the ball circulating. Defense force are not high pressure all the time, so they do have time on the ball in some periods of the game, and they're making use of it.
Well, I see the Moko Jumbies, they are appearing here, probably expecting celebrations as the defense force may just wrap things up tonight. Central though, if anyone told them that it was a defense force celebration, the memo didn't reach in Central, probably stuck at NMIC.
No, the memo hasn't got to them at all. They've been on the front foot for most of this game. Positive with everything they do. And sometimes with the championship being on your fingertips, sometimes maybe you get a little bit nervy, maybe you overthink things a bit, and it becomes difficult to play your natural game. Perhaps that's what's happening with Defense Force today, because they're a little bit off color.
Some very emotional expressions on the field.
Yeah.
Not PG-13 language.
It does sound a bit nervous. They're definitely not the fluid Defense Force that we're used to seeing all season.
Yeah, quite edgy.
Yeah. Boy.
Almost caught in possession there.
It's no offside.
Keeper coming out well there. Both keepers doing well. Kaim Thomas blowing forward. Ball across. And Kevin Molino just passing it into the keeper there. He had the opportunity to finish. You would expect better from Kevin Molino. as we have a look at it there. The ball across.
Yeah, he arrived on time, but unable to get the power. Just bubbled up, probably just hit his shin. Connection wasn't clean. No excuses made for the MLS champion, but it's a little bumpy in that area.
Central. Looking to come forward here. Ross Russell Jr. finds a finger. He tries to thread the needle. Ball just a bit too far forward. Ross Russell Jr. Four minutes by the referee added on. She's signaled that for the balls just being a bit on the soft side in defense of the referees. These balls are hard if you don't have your gauge to definitely say whether it's hard or soft. So it's going to be 4 minutes to be added on. Ball played wider. Isaiah Garcia. Ball across. Cleared out there by Jack. This is going to be very difficult because these players are lightning fast. Their transition movements pretty quick. John Paul Rushford.
Chances here, 4 forward. Make that 5 with Alexander.
Unable to get it across. The two central players, not on the same wavelength.
Yeah, not reading off the same hymn sheet there. They were in a good position. They had bodies in the box.
Kevin Molino. He's coming back. Shaquille Burcham. And he's finally infringed. Before the official doubting that the commentators would have seen correct. We've got eyes for that. We know exactly what's going on. So it's 4 added on minutes. Isaac Garcia. George. Goddard. Kevin Goddard goes back to Curtis Gonzalez, who brings it across to Justin Garcia. And Felix finds a bit of a heavy touch there by Isaiah Bongo Leacock.
This is where they look dangerous. But Garcia recovers in time. Ooh, hello.
And he just hasn't cleared out. A bit of a mistake there by Isaiah Williams.
Yeah, scary moment.
4 minutes of added on time. We knew that. Kadeem Black Magic Corbin. Ball wider. Cleared out. Malik Morez gives it away. But he's able to win it back. David. He's going to find himself in the referee's book. So Isaiah Garcia, that's a free kick in a very, very telling position. Look at it here. It was Morez following in.
Yeah, you got to be a little more measured in your tackle there. If you know you're not getting there, just mash brakes on your tackle, slow yourself down, get back in a good defensive position. Instead, he's dived in.
It's going to be very interesting here because the guys who are standing over the ball, John Paul Rushford, we know what he can do from set pieces from this distance. Then if you ask Daniel David, he can also benefit from there.
Yeah, it's been difficult to create chances in open play so far, but massive opportunity this.
Kadeem Corbin could also benefit from here, but he he has given up a hope of shooting that one.
No, Rushford definitely eyeing this one up.
Rushford! It's off the post. John Paul Rushford doing what he can do so well. That's Rushford area. Look at it again. Up over the wall. The upright just inches away.
Not sure the keeper would have got to that if it was half inch to the right.
It's going to be a long throw. Ross Russell Jr. known for that. Ball thrown in. Headed clear. Antoine. Just wide. Jamil Antoine. Not known for goal scoring, but a dogged midfielder. Now that's what when you have a Jamil Antoine and Jamil Neptune in your midfield, you got a lot of bite there, but you also got good ball handlers.
Yeah, it's important to have that balance. You need a piano player and the guys who carry the piano as well. Antoine is definitely the guy who carries the piano.
Here comes defense force. Joshua Alexander just playing taking no prisoners. He puts it out. Ball goes out and it's going to be a throw in here for the Central team. Not much more time left in this one. Just about 1 minute of the added on time to be played. And that's Neptune. And Gonzalez just goes back to his keeper. A lot of Isaiahs on this team. There's Isaiah Wilson, Isaiah Garcia, and Isaiah Bongo Leacock there. Just heading it down to Shaq Bertram. Jamil Antoine. Antoine finds David. David to Alexander. Back to David. Silky smooth player. You won't get the ball off of him easily. Of course, would have played his youth football at the Trendsetters Hawks. Here comes a central ball across.
Wow.
Antoine. John Paul Rushford. Ball across. And it's just pushed down. Kept alive there by Corbin.
Surely.
David! Brilliant save. Isaiah Williams with a brilliant save. He's on this keeper here tonight.
Yeah, cleaning up after his initial flap at the ball. Scary moment for defense was there. Just managed to deal with it.
Well, that's the halftime whistle at the half here in this one. Defense Force Elite, nil. MIC Central Reboot, nil. An interesting and enthralling first half. Redanfa, your thoughts?
Defense Force, not just their uniform, but they've been a little off color today. They would admit that. There have been some nervous outbursts from the bench. They know they're not on it. The intensity is in there, the quality is in there, the cohesion is in there. I don't know if these are nerves with the title at stake, but Central FC definitely on the front foot, creating more chances, looking more accomplished, looking more composed, looking more purposeful all the time.
Well, we have some of the highlights, and after that, we're going to have the pre-game interviews with the coaches.
Devon Jocelyn, assistant coach, of course, of Defence Force. How do you fancy your chances in today's game?
Chances haven't gone unbeaten for the season. Coming into basically, we could lift the title today, so we fancy our chances.
Yeah, do you think there'll be a different approach to today's game, bearing that in mind that you're only one way away from clinching the title?
I think it would be different when we play them the first time. If I know in Central, well, there are some good players, some players who know the players in our dressing room well, and when we want to come out and lose today and we celebrating on them, by saying that we have gone unbeaten for the season for a reason, and we'll be just doing what we has been doing for the season.
Anything you could identify as the main reason why you have stayed unbeaten throughout the season?
I think the discipline, the passion, and the hard work in training. You know, what the public get to see, it's just the games and the goals, but the work we have been putting in behind the scenes, I think that is a key contributor for us being unbeaten so far in the season.
Thank you, all the best.
Yeah, bro. You are in the best place there?
Nah. We're here with Randolph Boyce, head coach of Central FC. Mr. Boyce, how do you expect to stop this runaway train that is Defence Force, or at least delay them?
For us to have our moments, but solid moments in terms of defensively. They are well organized unit, but defensively we have to have our moments and have them solid.
Yeah, of course, little changeover in the staff of Central FC. What do you expect to see from your players? What are the expectations you put on them for today's game?
Expect everybody, they could play. So everybody, discipline is the key word, the watchword today. Team, organization, because I still some team tasks in certain areas that we want to get done today, and we've been working on in practice, so we want to see they come out today and execute. And if they have the ability, which I know they have, if we get the discipline and the cohesiveness to be able to get that correct, should be a nice, interesting game.
Yeah, first versus second. I don't have to remind you, if they do win this game, Defence Force, that is, they get the title. Certainly wouldn't want that to happen, not on your watch.
No, not on we watch. Hope they could do that next week somewhere else.
All right, thank you and all the best.
No problem.
Devon Jocelyn, assistant coach, of course, of Defence.
Welcome back to the stage here at the Kenco ground at the police barracks. We have the defense force there up against the central reboot team. A substitution at the half. Out goes 6. That's Goddard goes out, and in comes Keller. So Keller runs on an attacking change, if ever there was one. Of course, Goddard, one of the best CDMs in the country, he's been replaced by Keller, who can also defend, but is more creative going forward.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. So that's a signal of intent from Defence Force, wanting to be more positive. They have been on the back foot for the majority of the game. As mentioned earlier, they haven't been able to get the ball into Molino as often as they would like to, and perhaps Keller is going to give them that opportunity, that more positivity. He's a more advanced player. He does find passes forward while Goddard is more square and backward. So they might sacrifice a bit defensively, but it's definitely an offensive change.
So signal of intent for the defense force. They want to close it off and close it off tonight. If you look at the southern end, you can see the Moko Jumbies. They are at the southern end. And that's the kickoff. He goes back to George Keller with his first touch as he finds Molino in the pocket. The referee, she was right on spot, decided that it was all fair in Love and War. Keller back on the ball. Goalie Cock.
So immediately, Keller is looking forward, playing positive. That's exactly what Coach Denzel Theobald will want.
Ball through to Leacock, the ball across. Molino there.
It's well defended, to be fair. Made sure he ushered him backwards.
Russell Jr. there looking the ball forward, but it was well defended by the
lively though from Defence Force. That's what their coach wants to see. That's what the change was made for.
Justin Garcia finds Jelani Felix. Jelani Felix, one of those unsung heroes for the Defence Force team. He's been solid, consistent. He's been there game in, game out. I think he's playing all of the 90 minutes of most games for Defence Force.
Yeah, good left foot, good pair of lungs on him. He gets up and down that left flank, comfortable in possession.
Miles offside there was Kadeem Corbin. You didn't need to be in line to see that.
No, it's at least 5 yards offside. But good that they're trying to get in behind and the transition is quick.
Keller giving it away there. Merez. He's been tumbled over there by Kaim Thomas.
Yeah, if there's one fault that Merez has on him is maybe he takes a touch too much, a touch too many sometimes tries to overdo. As a centre back, when you win possession, your job is over in the next 2 touches. Get it to your midfielder, the ball playing guys, and you rest, you recover, you get back into shape. Sometimes it's a little too much he's attempting to do and often gets himself into trouble.
Well, of course, you've played with him. He's pardoned you on a number of occasions. He was promising, a very promising 18-year-old at Caledonia. And he's just dropped off the boil in terms of going on. But this is one man who has not dropped off the boil yet for the Defence Force. Jelani Felix there. Ball cut out. Antoine. One Jamil to the other. Neptune.
Doesn't give up the chase.
Garcia goes back to his keeper. And he just bangs it up into the police barracks.
Good decision from the keeper. And that's just born out of the endeavor of David. Just not giving up the chase, following up on the ball. It could have been an easy way out for them, but he didn't allow them and they get back possession. in the opposition half as well.
Gives it away here.
This could be
Molino.
trouble. Disappointed for
Moves out.
Molino, but not all of the woods yet.
George. Six or one, half a dozen of the other, as Coach Jerry Moore likes to say.
Did he need to go to ground? Probably not, but did he get enough ball? He probably did.
But it's going to be Molino. You'll have to have an iron fork to dig this ball out of his hands. Felix trying to influence him. He's bending down and probably saying good words, saying it's better for my left boot than your right boot.
Unlikely. I think Molino will fancy himself from here. Almost the identical position compared to what Rushford had in the first half. Let's see if he could go even better.
Molino floats to the far post, headed clear. I don't think that's a wise decision. A lot of there you see another infringement. The central team, they've got powerful headers at the ball.
Yeah, one of the few teams that Defence Force is outmatched in the air. It's you go up against Jack Merez, Ross Russell Jr. They're all over 6 foot.
Good ups as well. You can add to that Daniel.
Yeah.
John Paul Rushford also a good header at the ball, surprisingly.
Yeah. He's got a good spring on him. But Garcia always a threat from these set pieces. Here he is. Anderson.
Justin Garcia. He puts his team up. Shuggy returning the crown. You took it out of the imagination into reality here, Renanfa.
Yeah. There's no secret to this. He's always there and thereabouts. He always comes from the last post. He's more alive to it than his defender. Hungrier to get to the ball. He doesn't know jumping. He's just anticipating. He's just more determined. And he's put them ahead.
So that's the go-ahead goal there for the Defence Force. The Mocha Jumpies on the far side. They have all begun to wave now as Defence Force they are large and in charge here at the Kenko ground. They lead 1-0. A goal scored by Justin Shuggy Garcia.
And that's reward for their positive intent in the second half. They really have taken it to Central FC early on in the second half.
Now, this is what coaching has been about. I think a lot of persons have underestimated the work done by Denzel Table. Another coach would have probably just tried to get things, play through things, but he went for the change. He brought in Keller for the more defensive-minded Kevin Goddard, signaling the intent to get the winning goal.
Yeah, as you said, it sends a signal to the rest of the team that we're not sitting back. We do need to be more positive, and the entire team has done that, not just Keller.
Ball across. Well handled there by Williams. Go short to Garcia. David, silky smooth, but it's broken up and staying down here though. It seems to be bigger. Jesse Williams. Very physical encounter.
Yeah. Latest casualty to a flail in arm, it seems.
The Ken Crow gong here provides a perfect scenery for the champions to be crowned tonight. If it be the will of the Most High.
They're on course at the moment.
So Williams just walks off. Jesse Williams, the barrel-chested youngster. Played most of his football in the United States of America in the lower leagues. He's come back home here to probably just reset and go again. He's fell out of favor at the national level, so probably trying to get new wings for his footballing career, Redanford.
Yeah, time to regroup, time to get some playing time, perhaps be more visible to the national team coach at home. But the key is always consistency. If you're consistent and you're doing well, people will notice you.
Felix there showing his dexterity there.
Yeah, tidy stuff in that small spaces. Very few players better than Malik.
Yeah. This is what he brings. I think it will be interesting to see how the defense force going to game management now. 2 substitutions are about to be made. Brent Sam, the big number 9, and Rivaldo Coriat. Triple change. As a Rion Moore, Rion Moore looking to make the entrance. So a lot of firepower here.
Yeah, some more positive intent. They're not going to sit back on this lead, that's for sure.
I was just about to say that. If you want any more positive intent from that, you're going to get Rion Moore, the man who the national coach asked for more. Also get Big Brent Sam, who's forced his way into the national team. And the young Rivaldo Coriat. I think I get that pronunciation correct.
I'm not going to even try. But yeah, 3 players with offensive-minded.
So it's going to be George who's going to exit. Shaquille Shaq Bertram, one of my personal favorites. He'll leave. And the other man looking to leave. So it's George Bertram and I think Isaiah Bongo Leacock would have been exited.
Yeah, certainly no drop-off in quality there. You have the explosive Rion Moore, the power of Brent Sam, and of course the guile of Coriat.
Yes, definitely it's a good addition to the strike force here.
Yeah, it provides a different threat.
It's a different type of threat, but Isaiah Bongo Leacock, of course, he's really exploded onto the scene. I think it wouldn't be long before he gets a national call-up. As you say, a bit raw, but that talent, it's one that you can't deny. When you look at the quality of Isaiah Bongo Leacock, if he's polished, if this is the raw talent, when he's polished, I think he's going to be bagging 20-plus goal easily for the season.
Yeah, he's got good potential. He's got to show that here. You got to show it with stats, with goals, with assists, goal contributions.
Headed on there, but out of play by Joshua Alexander.
And for Leacock, I think the next step is getting contracted outside of Trinidad, getting that experience internationally, challenging himself a little bit more, If you want to call it that, after you conquer this league, you have to be ambitious enough to move on from here and challenge yourself to a higher level.
Brent Sam. The 3 subs combining here. Daniel Corbin. Ball cleared out. Jack. John Paul Rushford. Joshua Alexander cuts inside. Antoine. Jamila Antoine just fouled by Keller.
Probably let that play.
So Emmanuel Django Thomas looking to make his entrance. We'll see who he's gonna be making his entrance for. But before that, John Paul Rushford.
So this is where they have to make their height advantage count. The service has to be correct.
So it's ball played wider. Defense force.
Chances here, 3 in the middle if the cross is good.
Good defensive header. Great, brilliant save by Bryce. Keller headed clear. Falls John Paul Rushford. Rushford. Antoine skipping past one challenge, then the other. Ball aimed at Corbin, but it's gone all the way over to Gonzalez, who finds Felix. Felix.
So much space.
Kaim Thomas.
And wasteful.
And running on there, young Emmanuel Django Thomas. Jamil Nemtude just coming over. Seemed like he had a bit of an injury.
That would account for the open midfield.
Yeah, the open midfield.
Without making that adjustment.
But it's like for like. Emmanuel Thomas, a bulldog in the midfield. A youngster who would have played at the highest level first at Real Westford. Then he went to Terminex Rangers. Then to Caledonia in the first half of the season. Now he's gone to Central. Ball banged upfield. Karat. Let's pick the pocket here. Kaim Thomas. Kaim Thomas. Outside of the boot. Karat. The bench calling for handle ball, but no, none of the players on the field. There's something called intelligent refereeing. When you see the players in the field react, then you know it's closer.
Yeah, it does give you an indication.
More. Keller. Defense force. And it's Daniel David, who stayed down. So Daniel David has stayed down.
But he's all over the pitch at the moment. Players not afraid to leave it in. It has been physical throughout.
Yeah, it's been a physical encounter.
Yeah, quite a few stoppages for knocks, bruises, and bumps.
Coach Denzel Table just showing out some instructions. It's been a tactical combat between the two coaches. In the end, I think a moment of brilliance by Garcia. The ball was put up in the danger area, but it was a combination of both desire and awareness that got him to the ball first and able to head home his team.
Yeah, and that's usually the case with headed goals. It's not always you out jump someone. It's just about desire. And often about good service.
That's a brilliant ball. He's definitely outside.
But you talk about the chess game with the both coaches. Certainly, Denzel Theobald is one up on Boyce at the moment. The halftime changes definitely changing the complexion of the game. Defense Force are on the front foot now. They're a lot more positive.
Yeah, it's just searching for a seat as the old legs just giving way after what was really an enthralling nil-nil battle. Sam Korat going for the return pass, but Morez clears away. Only as far as Keller. Korat. The advantage played. Felix finds Moore. A heavy touch by Moore, but he's able to maintain possession. Moore. Ryan Moore.
He's thinking about a shot.
Keller with a shot. Just flashing wide. So Ryan Moore returning from the Canadian League. I think that's a very important step in his career.
I'd have loved to see him stay out there. I feel like this is definitely a step backwards.
Yeah,
what you get when you play outside is that isolation out there that you have to dig within yourself to become better. You know, he's comfortable for him. He's in his comfort zone. He's not challenged as much, and as a result, you don't grow as much as a player. But out there, things are tough. You're away from home. The weather is different. Food is different. You don't have the comforts of home. You're forced to grow. And I think he's given up that opportunity to do exactly that.
Well, it's Jesse Williams up against Moore. Ball going out of play. So it's going to be Defense Force Elite's ball. Thrown in. It's a brilliant one-time ball. Well defended there by Garcia. Felix. Given away there by John Paul Rushford. Molino. Ryan Moore. Keller. Finding Kaim Thomas. But Rush Russell Jr. winning out, and then they bang it forward, but only as far as Gonzalez, and falls to David, and she goes the other way. Well, two substitutions about to be made here, attacking substitutions. Of course, Tyrone Charles, the number 7, and number 19, Kevon Showtime Woodley. So the intent is clear here. It's check for checkmate, or checkmate for check.
Yeah, desperately needed these changes. Corbin looks very isolated at the moment. If these two come straight on as out-and-out strikers, that wouldn't surprise me.
So they've taken off their two defensive-minded players.
Yeah.
In Antoine, he's gone off, and David, who can't play offense. But in this game, he's set a little bit, and they've brought on 3 out-and-out strikers really. So they have Corbin, who's remained on, Showtime Woodley, and after that, Tyrone Charles.
Do you think that's really worrying from a Central FC perspective? Is the midfield has been run ragged in the second half, and losing Antoine is possibly going to make it even more porous.
I think they're going to depend on the engine of young Emmanuel Django Thomas. He covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, but he can't do it on his own.
Well, there we see him working already. He's got a good engine on him. This Prince Galan's resident.
Of the many things that have tilted the game in Defense Force's favor here, Molino has been involved more, and the threat of Rushford and Alexander has all but dissipated in the second half. They've completely faded out the game. Rushford has been played more centrally rather than on the right side like he did in the first half, and he's lost his influence in the game.
So it's a free kick here again for the defense force team as they look to tighten the screws, look to celebrate Gonzalez. Ball floated forward, headed on by Brent Sam, goes out for a goal kick.
Yeah, it looks like Corbin has dropped in a little bit deeper into midfield, while Tyrone Charles and Showtime Woodley have gone
So
as the two out-and-out strikers.
Yeah, they've definitely brought the two big men up front. We all know what both of them can do on the ball.
Yeah, definitely brings some physique to the front line. And goals, of course.
Ball banged forward. Good defensive header.
Nope. It's going to
So
go
it's
Rangers
going to
way.
be
Yeah.
a free kick here for the Central team. Years ago, you would count on Tyrone Charles to take it from this distance. He can get it up over the wall with power.
Rushford has retrieved the ball, though. A few minutes ago from here, he decided to clip it in. But he does have an eye for the audacious, so don't count out him having a go from here.
Well, the big guys, they've come forward. They've loaded into the wider advanced areas.
Yeah, with Woodley and Tyrone Charles, they have another couple of 6-footers in there. So it might be worth the clipping just in that space, that corridor of uncertainty between the penalty spot and the 6-yard area. Keeper, though, has taken gone a long way off to his right. Oh, he's broken the wall. Yep. Oh.
Just flash wide.
Yeah, didn't catch it as well as he would like.
Tried to go for goal.
Oh.
But looked a bit worried.
Well wide in the end.
Yeah, but it wasn't on target. Central time winding down for them here now. They'll need to get back one pretty shortly. There's an infringement. Jack, who's going to take this one? Defense force able to come away with it. Isaiah got Sia. Kadim Corbin. No call by the referee. Correct.
Well read.
Curtis Boy Gonzalez, excellent player for the defense force. Last season he was out of favor with the hierarchy of the team then, the coaching staff.
Yeah, but you can't deny his quality. He's calm on the ball. Organizes the guys in and around him. Really valuable presence.
Yes, solid player. You know, I'm always a man looking for players. I went and had a discussion. The discussion with the hierarchy. The CDS included a number of topics, including medical assistance in terms of the number of physios and physical trainers that the defense force have.
Mm-hmm.
But when it came to discuss Boyo Gonzalez and Hasimasia, the negotiations went south.
Yeah, those are guys who've been in the setup for a long time, and they wouldn't want to give up their expertise.
Yeah, there was no negotiating about them. You could negotiate about getting physios and physical trainers, etc. But
those two players,
those two players, no chance. This season, Curtis Boy Gonzalez back as a stalwart. Yeah. He's also played most of the minutes for this team. Keller. Ball played wider. John Paul Rushford. Trying to flick it there was Tyrone Charles. Moore. Ryan Moore. Finding Molino.
It's really late.
Joshua Alexander. The Academy Awards have already passed. But Kevin Molino going down as if shot.
Yeah,
there was some contact.
But he made sure with his reaction that he would earn the yellow card, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's a wily old character. He knows what he's doing.
Ball played forward. Aimed at Sam. So it's going to be a corner.
Just over 10 minutes of regulation time remaining. Not a lot of time for Central to drag their way back into this.
Ball floated in. Bryce comes and claims the early restart. Kaim Thomas. Chip giveaway. Tyrone Charles. Still Tyrone Charles finds Showtime Woodley.
Crowded out. Subas.
Emmanuel Thomas. He's got a very good engine on him. Finds Showtime Woodley, who finds Alexander. Trying to get Showtime Woodley going again. Ball played into the area. Cleared out.
By Jack. So Django would give you that energy in the middle, but in possession, he wouldn't give you what David gives you, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So it is a bit of a sacrifice, yeah.
It's he can win the ball, he can cover the area, but that decisive pass, that ability to go past 2-3 players, just not developed just yet.
Yeah.
The youngster, just about 21 years old.
Yes, there's so much to learn, especially in that position.
Joshua Alexander, sorry. Finds Kareem Corbin. He loses out to Ryan Moore. More bounding forward.
3 up against 3. Wow.
The early effort there by Thomas.
That's really disappointing, that.
Bryce able to come and win. So Ball kept in possession. Justin Garcia finds Felix. Ball kept in play. More. John Paul Rushford winning out. Keller. Ball played through. And into the hands of Bryce. Jabari Bryce. Hit it on. Ball just going on a play. So Hitler looking to make his entrance. Not sure who he's going to see. And it's going to be Kaim Bobo Thomas who's going to come off. And Hitler.
Yeah, just some fresh legs to finish off the game strong.
So just about a little under 8 minutes as Hitler enters. Hitler with the turn. Go walls pass. That was Django. But then John Paul Rushford. Raking pass finds Russ Russell Jr.
God, and how many times have we called Russ Russell Jr.'s name in this half? He's been absolutely anonymous. A player that you would usually see flying up and down the left side. He's gone into a shell. He hasn't been influential in the second half at all. On the turn.
Just flashing wide there. Tyrone Charles there, causing moments of anxiety.
Yes, still a one-goal game. For all their dominance in the second half, the defense force, they haven't put the game to bed just yet.
So one goal separating these two. So it's gonna be Isaiah Williams who's gonna take this one. Ball played up. Strong talent there by Emmanuel Thomas. Ball goes out of play. So it's going to be a corner for the defense force. So the trophy probably just hidden away. We're trying to locate it so that the celebrations will be on camera.
But at the moment, defense force have one hand on that trophy. And they'll have both hands on it tonight if they could hold on for the next 5 odd minutes.
It's been what a battle here for the defense force. Central, credit to them. They've not laid down. They've not handed them the trophy. They've put up a fight, but defense force have fought for it. So it's going to be a corner. Ball across. Pushed clear. Hitlal trying to tee things up. Still Hitlal. Into the hands of Bryce. He bowls it out to John Paul Rushford.
Again, the defense force would want to take as much sting out of the game as possible. Very experienced players around. They'll take their time with every throw-in, with every restart.
Ball thrown forward. a very physical referee. You would have a referee under her, Crystal Suba. She allowed a lot to play.
I'll remain diplomatic once again, Gordon.
I know your next career move.
It's a difficult job.
So Rian Moore.
But everybody just wants some consistency from the referees more than anything else, you know. It helps when you have a relationship with the players, but we all just want consistency.
Ball across. Gonzalez able to win out. Emmanuel Thomas bounding forward. Still Emmanuel Thomas. He's in a very advanced position, but then he gives away possession.
But no help with him. It's all alone. And it's been very disjointed in the second half from Central.
Well, it's been a tale of two halves, really.
Yeah.
The Central team was more dominant in the first half. The defense force, they came out in the second half. One change, and the complexion of the game changed almost completely.
And when it is tight in these games, I've seen defense off time and time again. They're able to maintain their intensity for longer periods than the opposition. And then be able, even when they're not playing at their best, able to grind out results. Goodness gracious me. That's really late. Oh.
Ball just going out of play. So it's going to be a throw in here to the defense force. Jelani Felix. Good defensive header there. But it falls only as far as Korat, who exchanged passes with Molino. Molino to Felix. Felix back to Keller. Keller finding Molino in space. More. Just charged down. Well, you do it now. And looking to the ball just going out of play.
Not a lot left.
4 minutes will be added on. Oh, and I'm not quite sure. I didn't see this time. Of course, I grew up in a corner house. We normally overlook the community. It's Alexander who stayed down.
He's probably hurt himself more with the theatrical dive rather than the contact he received.
Forward.
Not a lot left.
Defense force here pushing. As it's going to be a substitution. One last cast of the die here for the central team. As they bring on our next offensive player.
Yeah, they've tossed on Douglas as an extra striker, extra attacker to try to nick something later on here.
Yeah, Dominic Douglas.
I imagine it's going to be direct. But yeah, Gordon, it's unfortunate for Central. They've lost their way in the second half. They've been out-hustled, out-muscled. At times they've lost their shape. They've allowed Molino to get into the game. Their influential players have faded away. And so too have their chances of getting something out of this game and stopping Defence Force from claiming the title here tonight.
Yeah, so they're looking to finish things off here. Corbin. Douglas.
Could he ever say?
But of course, our diving defensive header has been kept in play. Rian Moore. Nice triangle of passes there. Moore. Trying to get Sam going.
That's a silly foul.
So it's a free kick.
Using all his street smarts to earn the foul as well. Yeah. Sold it to Garcia and he bought it wholesale.
He sold
Big chance. Possibly their last chance. Surely Rushford is going to put it in an area for those big boys to attack.
Well, I think it's all to play for now. Rushford.
No, that's poor. That's poor.
Not the best of free kicks he'll take. And just running out of real estate. He was trying to go to the corner.
A bit of a mix-up with him and Sam.
Douglas. Corbin. Corbin, though, he showed a lot of grit.
Superb effort from him. Known for his attacking prowess, of course, but excellent effort. In 90 plus minutes shows how much it means to him. Oh, hello. I think he's bailed out by the offside flag because he did get his legs caught. Caught in between Woodley's legs, and from my vantage point, it could have been in the box as well, but all of that is a moot point because the flag was already up.
All of a sudden, I'm getting ownership of the TTPFL. They're asking why we're playing on this sort of pitches. Not much pitches in Trinidad and Tobago, to be fair, with the national stadiums being always in repairs.
Yeah, it's a real shame for the footballer. Sometimes you have to play on pitches like this that takes away from the game, the speed of the game, the spectacle of the game, the quality and speed that you can play at. And of course, in some cases, it goes as far as being a bit dangerous for the players.
Ball looking to be thrown in. And no call by the referee. So, head injuries. The referee not calling. The defense force They're up and ready for celebrations here. So things are winding down here as the defense force 1.5 hands on the trophy with Anfa.
Yeah, it seems just delaying the inevitable here. Hope the player down is okay, but Central have not shown us what they showed us in the first half. They've rather faded away, and it hasn't been much of a contest in the second half. Defense force haven't created that many clear chances, but the one that they got, they made sure they put it away, and in truth, they were comfortable and cruised throughout the second half.
Well, it will be their second title in 3 seasons in the new TTPFL. All before when a league is renamed and rebranded as in the EPL.
Yeah.
The championship starts all over again. They'll be 2 from 3.
Surely this has to go direct. Surely this has to go long. It's wayward, that's what it is.
Chuck goes back
they
to
have
Morales.
time for probably one last attack.
Tyrone Charles.
Big chance, massive chance.
So
it was
the
allowed to
applause
bounce not
goes
just
up,
once but twice.
The celebration
in the
is
area.
about to start. Not much time left in this one. As a referee, Crystal Sobers, all eyes are on her. '24th title, but that's if you're counting all. You're talking about when. But that's it. We don't count those. When the name of the title changes, when the name of the title changes, it goes. So it's 2 from 3. There's only 3 years in this league. TTPFL, Tier 1.
Still probably one last chance.
Tell me what went on. 1-0.
Nervous calls from the defense force bench. Perhaps one last row of the dice here. Oh my word.
Cleared out, and I think that will be the last kick over. So it's going to be a throw here.
Desperate for it to end, but they have to contend with one final corner. Just to add to the suspense. Some pushing and shoving sorted out by referee Sobers.
Ball whipped inside.
Oh my word.
Handle calls. They signal another corner.
Despite the cries from the central players for a handball. Difficult to see from our angle.
Ball whipped in. And headed for a goal kick. So I think that's all that is going to be wrote here. Not for the faint of heart. As the boys from Chetron looked at a second TTPFL Tier 1 league title to the 3 played thus far. And that's the final whistle. At the final whistle, it's the Defence Force. They'll be crowned champions as they cannot be caught now. They lead, win this one 1-0. A goal scored by none other than Justin Shugi Garcia. What a goal it was. What a game it was, Rodolfo.
Yeah, no less than they deserve the league title. They've obviously been the most consistent team throughout. Not a vintage Defence Force performance tonight, but enough. And that's what championship teams do. They grind it out and they find a way. Came from a set piece today, but that was enough. And you can't deny them. They've been the best team over the duration of the league. Still 4 games to go, of course, and they've wrapped it up. Very impressive indeed. I know they want to stay unbeaten, but tonight they celebrate the title early.
So that's what she wrote here. We'll have a quick interview with the coach of the Defence Force team.
We're here with coach of Defence Force, the league title winners, Denzel Theobald. Congratulations. What would you attribute to your success this season?
First of all, I want to thank the Chief, Daniel, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this fantastic organization. Right? I promise him I will give it my all and it worked out in the end. I must say hats off to my fantastic staff who have really supported me in terms of helping in the decision-making processes. As we know, it's not easy for a head coach of this successful organization. So Joggy, Sharma, Paul Lawrence, fantastic. And finally, I must give credit to my players. You know, they buy into how I wanted to play, right, and they apply themselves. And I must say, I owe it to them, especially for the performances, for the consistency that I've put in throughout this season.
Yeah, a debut season for you and a debut league title. What was the biggest challenge this season for you?
The biggest challenge is always trying to get the players, you know, to maintain the humility, right? For us to go 14 unbeaten was no easy feat. And we know Trinidad culture, we get comfortable and that comfort brings complacency. So that have been my biggest challenge in keeping them motivated, driving them every training session to be the best that they could be. And again, you know, how they responded, how they reacted, you know, I give them full kudos. I give them full kudos.
Yeah, well, congratulations. We're not going to keep you away from the celebrations anymore. Well done and all the best going forward.
Well, there you had it. The words of Coach Denzel Theobald. Congratulations to the Defence Force Elite. They've done a magnificent job. They've been best on the field. They've been best off it. They've gotten sponsorship for the whole season. So congratulations to the Defence Force Elite. As from all of us here, I want to thank Radanfa Abubakar, my producer, Michael Rupwa. I want to thank Jerome Lane as well as Mr. Dion and Wendell White. So from all of us here, I'm going to I want to wish you my managing director, Mr. Ian Wason. I'm going to congratulate him as well. From all of us here, I want to say good night and good luck.